Hello and welcome to this, our 193rd live stream. Back in the saddle. At least I hope. That's provided the horse doesn't throw me again. It's been one of those weeks again. Thank you for joining us tonight on our weekly live question and answer session. Just a little bit of channel business. In case you didn't know from last week, we have opened up published our first science fiction novel. And, well, technically it's published on April 15th, but it's available now for pre-order. There are links in the description where you can buy it off of Amazon. It's available in hardcover, softcover, and as an ebook. And it's kind of a blend of Sherlock Holmes meets Indiana Jones in space, okay? So there's a lot of tales I've heard over the years from archaeology that have gone into this, and it should be a really, really good read. So we would encourage you to, if you want to pick up the book and give it a read and leave a review, and once you do, we would highly encourage that. So again, it's on pre-order right now, and it will be available April 15th. So thank you very much. Now, the rules are the same as always. Oops. Which is I spill everything all over my desk as I grab my paper here. Nice. Nice. Okay. No one ever accused me of promoting organized religion. All right, so the rules are the same as always. Super chats have priority. There should be no surprise. We do take non-super chat questions, but they have to begin with a Q or a colon. If that Q and the colon, or a Q and the colon, if a Q and a colon isn't at the beginning of your question, the question might as well not exist. I won't see it. My producer won't see it. It might as well be invisible to us. Okay? Only post your non-super chat once. Question spamming is disallowed and will be punished by disqualifying your question for the session. If you reference a verse in the Bible, we need a little context, okay? So that means we need the book of the Bible, the chapter, and the verse, so we don't have to go hunting for what you're talking about. And then we also allow super chat sponsoring, where somebody can sponsor a non-super chat. We ask that you copy that non-super chat into the super chat so we can find it. Okay? And then finally, for any chat question, only one question per chat. Okay? Because when people sort of question stack, try to cram 2, 3, 10 questions. I mean, that was really when one guy crammed in 8 questions into one super chat. It was just like, okay, there's no way we can address this. So, no question stacking. One question per chat. Okay? So, with that said, let's get into the questions. Okay. Now, the first question we're going to take, we're going to start the night with, oops, that's better. Okay, we're going to take a few non-super chats. And the first one here is from Iron Knight BCPG 777. And he asks, assuming it's a he, also, what do you think of the recent discovery of an altar in Jerusalem that's not only to be David's, but dates to the First Temple period? Okay. I did look into this. Now, it looks like it's a libation altar. Okay, so it's not a burnt offering altar. It's not an incense altar. It looks like it's a libation altar. And it appears to have been a ritual site that's associated with a winery. Okay, so I'm not quite sure about the identification of this. Now, it appears to be it does date to the First Temple period, but it doesn't date to David. It dates to the 8th century BC. Okay, so it's about 2 centuries after David. So it's not quite Davidic, okay? But it is First Temple period, and it is found near Jerusalem, and it is a bona fide archaeological site that may have a libation altar in it, okay? And that's about the best I was able to determine from this, okay? It is a bona fide excavation. I'd like to see an actual report come out on this. What we got now is a news article, and I'm always sort of hesitant to draw too many conclusions off of a news article until, say, the final report. Because there's some things about the site that are just a little hinky. And I don't mean hinky as in that we should doubt it, but some of the conclusions I think may not be quite what they seem, okay? So that's about all I'll say about this at the moment. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, the second one here I'm going to take is from Konksavar. And he asks, I know this depends heavily on location and climate, but about how long does it take for a destroyed city to be naturally buried underground? Okay. Now, what he's going to be talking about here is actually something called a tell. What happens in the Near East is when a city is destroyed, it's not destroyed completely. There's usually remnants of walls, okay? And what happens is those walls get filled in by dirt and sediment, and rain will carry it down and all that. So it tends to flatten out into this sort of squarish hill that's called a tell. And what happens is over time, a second city will be built on top of the tell. It gets destroyed, and then it gets filled in, and the tell grows. More cities that get destroyed, the larger the tell becomes. Now, depending on where you are, that process can happen pretty fast. And what I mean is by, maybe 2 or 3 centuries. By 2 or 3 centuries, already a city can fill in to the point where it's growing the tell. So it doesn't take that long. Now, almost never is it completely underground. We should clarify that. Cities don't sink down into the ground, and the ground doesn't, of course, sort of build up around them for the most part, but it does form this sort of square hill. Okay? So that's what it's talking about when we talk about, say, destroyed cities being buried. They're buried above ground in these, as I say, they become a hill. And as I said, more cities that get built upon it, the taller the hill becomes, the larger the tell. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, this next one here is from Sahin Varol. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And he asks, is there any direct or indirect argument from the Holy Scriptures or archaeological evidence that Joseph could have been vizier during the time of the Hyksos? Oh, yeah, there's actually pretty good evidence from the Scriptures. Now, there's a couple lines of reasoning here. First of all, we have to be cognizant that in the Joseph account, he rides a chariot, not once, but twice. And the chariot is introduced into Egypt by the Hyksos, by the 15th dynasty Hyksos, okay? So the first chariots arrive, at least the first Egyptian-style war chariots, and their accompanying horses. That's also another aspect of this, is horse and chariot kind of go together. So we have archaeological evidence that the horse was not fitted with the bit and bridle, which you need for a chariot, until the second intermediate period, that 15th dynasty, okay? And that's around, the beginning of the 15th dynasty is around 1666. So it's a really easy number to remember, too. So that's sort of the first indication of the introduction of the chariot. Now, the second clue is that a new pharaoh rose in the land that did not know Joseph. Okay, and this reference is made in beginning chapters of Exodus chapter 1. And what that's talking about is that when when a vizier signed a document, okay, it was good for succeeding generations. It would be kept as an archive in the archive, and succeeding generations would honor that. Normally, that was typical. So if a document was signed by Thutmose III's vizier, it would still be honored at the time of King Tut. Okay? So what happens then is that that if, as long as you've got a dynasty, a contiguous dynasty, the documents would be honored from vizier to vizier, and all the viziers would be remembered because of those documents. So what that, when it says a new king rose, a new pharaoh rose that did not know Joseph, that's an indication that you have a change of dynasties. Okay? Now, the only dynasty there where we have that big dynastic change from, say, from the time of the Hyksos and the Exodus, there's only two dynastic changes. Okay? There's the dynastic change from the 15th to the 18th dynasty and the 18th to the 19th dynasty. That's it. And the fact is that the 19th dynasty honored a lot of the documents of the 18th dynasty. So that would exclude that second transition, the 18th to the 19th dynasty. So that leaves only one dynastic change, which was, and frankly, that second dynastic change was a friendly change. Okay, that was a friendly change. The first dynastic change, the 15th to the 18th dynasty change, that was a conquest. Okay, so that actually presents strong evidence that Joseph would have been vizier during the time of the Hyksos. There's also other little things as well. For example, that Joseph was located in the land of Goshen. Okay, and as vizier, he would have had to have been close to the capital. Now we know where Goshen is as well. Goshen is in the traditional land of the pharaoh Ramses, which is actually around the cities of Avaris and Pi-Ramesses. Avaris being the capital of the Hyksos. So, because he's located at Goshen, he's around the Hyksos king and his kin. So this is actually further corroboration that Joseph was a vizier at the time of the Hyksos. So, anyway, there's some lines of evidence for you. I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it. And then the final non-super chat we're going to take here is from Mike JSB here. And he says, is it significant that the parallel text of 1 Kings 6:1, which is 2 Chronicles 3:1-2, does not include the 480 years? Not really, but we'll talk about this. But because we don't want to resort to an absence of evidence argument here, but we'll compare the two texts, and we'll show there is a difference between the two texts. Okay. 1 Kings 6:1 here, and it says, "Now it came about in the 480th year after the sons of Israel came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of the reign of Solomon over Israel, in the month of Zib, in the 2nd month, that he began to build the house of the Lord." Now that particular text is almost a perfect textbook temple dedication inscription. Okay, it's almost textbook. You know, it's got all the features you would expect out of a temple dedication inscription. It's got a numerological set of years against an epoch. And then it's got a regnal year and the king who is doing the current reconstruction or construction. So that's a textbook temple dedication inscription. Now, the corresponding verse in 2 Chronicles is a little different. 2 Chronicles 3, verses 1-2. And the text reads, "Then Solomon began to build the house of the Lord in Jerusalem on Mount Moriah, where the Lord had appeared to his father David, at the place that David prepared on the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite." Okay, so it's already, this is more historical setting than it is temple dedication inscription. Verse 2, "And he began to build on the 2nd day of the 2nd month of the 4th year of his reign." Okay, So these are two different texts that serve two different functions. The First Kings 6:1 is a temple dedication. It's just a copy of the inscription that was used on the temple of the Lord to dedicate it. This is the historical prologue. So it's not going to be dealing with the sort of the literal text of the temple dedication inscription, but more the historical background surrounding it. So it would make sense that, given the sort of the historical milieu, the genre here of 2nd Chronicles 3, that we would expect a more paraphrased telling of the historical background than copies of documents itself. Whereas First Kings is really much more a compilation of documents rather than a sort of commentary on those documents. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. Now, the Super Chats. First Super Chat here is a thank you to Jack Ray for gifting the channel 10 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. Next Super Chat is from 1000 MPG for 19.99. Thank you for the Super Chat. He says, Shabbat Shalom. Well, Shabbat Shalom to you too. I lost my father suddenly in October. Yeah, that's tough, ain't it? I pray God provides his peace for you and your family. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate the support and the prayers. I wouldn't say it's been easy, but God's grace has been good. Okay, God has been very good to us and has been very gracious to us. So, we're praising God nonetheless. And we're praising God that my father was a believer. So, we don't have to worry about his eternal destiny. So, thank you very much for the support and the prayers. We really appreciate it. And thank you for the Super Chat. Okay. Another one here. Very generous Super Chat of $49.99 from 1000 MPG. Thank you very much for that very generous Super Chat. He goes, hi again, Dr. Falk. Here's my question. What do you think will be or is the greatest theological, philosophical issue that will need to be addressed by or for the next generation of Christians? Blessing for all you do. Okay. In 2 minutes or less. In 2 minutes or less, yeah. Here's what I think is going to be the most driving theological question of the next generation is going to be a question of soteriology. Given that we've become a multicultural society, given that the ethics of society has done this radical shift, how does our sinful nature fit in with the grace and salvation of God? That's going to be that whole, how do we reconcile our ethics, our morality, to God's plan of salvation? That is going to be the biggest theological issue of the next generation. It's already an issue right now. Okay. Right now it's still, this church is still sort of holding the line on this, but it's losing its grip on it. And I think that's what I think is going to be the biggest issue of the next generation. It's going to be a matter of, well, if we accept this new morality, how then are we saved? If we reject God's plan for salvation, how are we reconciled to God? Because the problem with the new morality is it sits in judgment of God's justice. Yeah, it sits in judgment of God, period. Yeah. So how can you accept the free gift of salvation from God when you do not accept the terms of that gift? That's a problem. That's going to be the biggest debate facing the next generation. Oh yeah, there are terms. Yeah, there are terms, and
That guy who said the church trying to create services. All the church
yeah,
services.
yeah,
Free gift, but
yeah. There are terms and conditions to all sorts of gifts. This is not just because it's a free gift doesn't mean there isn't terms and conditions. Like there was a like you see this sometimes where buildings are donated to churches with certain provisions. We'll give you this building and the land on it as long as you hold a gospel service on there every week. Well, if you don't hold a gospel service on there every week, that family who gave the gift to the church has the right to take it back. Now, in practice, that doesn't happen all that often, where families will take back a piece of land. But they can, and they have the right to do it. So the terms and conditions of the gospel are you have to agree with God that your behavior is sinful. If you don't believe with God that your behavior is sinful, you're rejecting God's idea of what is sin. And if you reject God's idea of what is sin, you're going to reject God's idea of what is salvation. So this is going to place the church as the morality of the people in the pew shift in the unfortunate position of either having to hold hard the line or basically re-educate an entire generation to with the law again. We might have to go back to the law, not as a means of salvation, but as a schoolmaster. Like, for example, I remember a professor once saying, he was counseling a couple who were living together, before marriage. And he says to them, you do realize it's sinful what you're doing, right? You're living together. And they go, no, it isn't. What are you talking about? What do you mean it's sinful? Yeah. So that's sort of the what sort of era we're living in now, where people don't even recognize their sin anymore. So because we don't recognize our sin anymore, the whole topic of soteriology and what does it mean to be saved is going to have to be debated again. It's going to become the great theological issue of the next generation. Because that's what's happening right now, is our morality is changing faster than our ethics. So it's sort of slipping out from under us. The rug's being pulled on the church. And that's because we've seen morality change so fast in just 30 years. Just 30 years we've seen this shift. So it's going to take another 30 years to sort out this mess. So I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat, the very generous super chat. We really appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, next one here from is a member question from Adrian Rodriguez. Thank you for the question. He says, how can the church overcome emotionalism? What are sometimes unstable in our faith because many are sometimes unstable in the faith because they don't feel good on a given day? Any thoughts or advice? Yes, I do have advice on this. Expository preaching. If the center of your church service isn't expository preaching, your congregation is going to drift into emotionalism. And a lot of churches, even say high church liturgical churches can fall into this. This isn't something that's isolated to Pentecostalism or hyper-Pentecostalism. You see this even in, say, Orthodox churches, where they're using the emotionalism of the liturgy and the walls and the mysticism to get people into an emotional state. So, there you could be just as susceptible to emotionalism in these high church settings as you do in these low slain in the spirit kind of churches. Okay, so this is a universal problem, and I think it's a very serious problem, because what happens is, if you feed your people just on emotion and not sound expository preaching, they develop no roots. They're a tree without roots. And then when the winds come, they fall over. Expository preaching, being grounded in the Word of God, is what allows you to grow your roots deep into the foundation, which is Christ. And it just, we just see this. I mean, I've seen this so many times. It's just unbelievable. You know, church after church after church after church would rather have an emotional worship service and a 5-minute homily than really getting deep into the Word of God and growing people spiritually. And spiritually, again, comes from going into God's Word. And you know what I've seen is how often it is like the worst defenders of this? So-called Bible chapels. Oh my gosh, I have seen this so often in churches that purport to be Bible chapels. You know, you think you go to a Bible chapel and you'll get the Bible. Oh, no way. You can't. You get a lot of strange stuff, but you often don't get the Bible at Bible chapels. It's sort of that naming irony, okay? But you know, you see this often where, you know, you get Hillsong music, or some guy ripping off his sermon off of Willow Creek. Okay, but you don't get a lot of expository preaching, and thus people don't develop roots. And then when the winds of life come along, they just topple over. So, Dossman, Bible chapel. Yeah, ain't that true? Yeah. Yeah. I've seen it too often. I've seen it way, way, way too often where a Bible chapel will never touch the Bible. Oh, yeah, sure, they'll talk about the Bible. They'll tell you should be reading it. They don't use it themselves.
Don't read
I have to agree. No Bible at the Bible chapel. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. Scott Worthen says, the homily needs to invoke pondering, spiritual self-reflection. I agree. 5 minutes doesn't come even close to covering it. Oh, no. No, not even close. No. Just... No, it's... And doing expository preaching is... conceptually, it's a very simple thing to do, but it takes practice and discipline to actually do it. And it takes time. A conservative estimate to how long it takes a pastor to do a proper sermon on Christ, on an expository sermon, is between 15 to 20 hours a week. So think of it this way. Half of your pastor's schedule should be in preparation of his sermon. Pastors, attend to your preaching. Okay? Attend to your preaching. It's important for your congregation. It's important for you. And don't get lazy and start doing topical sermons. Topical sermons will not feed the sheep. They're lazy sort of, well, the pastor wants to preach this and find a good text to support what he wants to say. No, that's not how you do this. You pick a passage, you let the passage preach it, you read it, interpret it, apply it. And you let the passage be your fence. Dossman, new idea. All Bible, no chapel. Chapel Bible. Well, makes about as much sense, honestly. TBD, my fundamentalist church was a Bible chapel. For all its faults, it was actually really Bible oriented. Well, that's an exception. I have some issues with how it was interpreted, but the Bible was used, and praise God for that. You know, even if it was just that, it would be a huge step forward. Mystery sees the pastor. Could be. I swear sometimes he'd make a better pastor. I've seen some real pieces of work, but yeah, I've just seen this too darn often where you know, if it says Bible chapel, you can pretty much guarantee it's not going to be Bible. There's not going to be much Bible in it. Or they'll talk about it. They'll talk a good talk, but not actually do it. So, yeah, I got some issues with this, and it's often in these as I say, this is a universal problem, the whole problem of emotionalism. Okay, and frankly, a lot of people who are raised in emotional churches where experientialism is prized, those are often where you'll find people deconverting. Okay, and it's really interesting. I've seen this a couple times now. Like Derek Lambert is one of these guys. You know, Derek Lambert of Myth Vision. You know, he was in a hyper Pentecostal set of churches. You know, he just went to church getting the next emotional experience. Well, it's no surprise that he deconverted. It's absolutely no surprise at all. He had no roots. So yeah, it's just it's crazy. It's just crazy but the answer here is expository preaching. Feed the sheep. You know, Christ said it to Peter 3 times. Feed the sheep. Do you love me, Lord? Yes, Lord. Feed my sheep. How do you feed the sheep? You feed them with expository preaching. That's how you do it. You feed them out of God's word. So, Darkblade says that seems to be like using the church as a drug. It is in some expense. Yeah, you're on an emotional trip. Absolutely, you're on a high. So yeah, it is in many respects doing it that way. So, don't care for that myself, but it's not an unfair comparison either. Okay, that's the first super chat. Let's go on to the next one here. Next one here is a member question from BC. And he asks, if I remember correctly, a lot of Old Testament law is case law with max penalties. Yeah, absolutely. Could you clarify what case law is and how I would convince someone that Old Testament is case law? All right, here's how you would do it. Okay, first of all, Old Testament, when we talk about law collections, okay, and there's a bunch of them in the Near East, particularly in Mesopotamia. So you got the Code of Hammurabi, that's a law collection. But there's others too. There's actually several of them. Okay, there's more than just one. Okay, and these are collections of case laws. Almost all of them are collection of case laws. So wherever you get laws collected, it's basically when a case has been presented to the magistrate or the king, a penalty has been prescribed, and they wrote that down. They wrote that ruling down, and then they collected it as a way of showing by example how past rulings were done. This is what's called in American law stare decisis. Okay, the principle of past law determines current law. Precedent, yeah, it's precedent. That's why all lawyers always quote other cases, because it's precedent, and precedent has authority.
99%.
Yeah, it's 99% of what you go to law school for is learning precedent. Okay? So, if the Old Testament is like any of those other law codes, and there's no reason not to think that they're like other law codes, then what we got here is actually case law, not prescriptive law. And prescriptive law is basically saying, well, we don't have a case in front of us, but we're going to write this law with a penalty, and that's how you're going to apply it in all cases. So in the case of prescriptive law, it's often where unlike case law where these are the maximum penalties, in prescriptive law, you don't have any choice about the penalty. It's just the penalty. But that doesn't seem to be the kind of law that was practiced, and at least we don't have any records of it being practiced that way for the most part. Most of this was sort of ad hoc judgments that were made from time to time in various circumstances leading up to the maximum of these penalties. Like for a lot of these penalties where the penalty might be stoning, a lot of the times a fine was levied instead. So given that these laws were, say, applied in such a way that these were maximal penalties, oftentimes, and you'll even see this sometimes, where if a death penalty is applied, the person can be redeemed for a price. So that tells you that sometimes that these laws aren't applied with the maximum penalty in mind. And I think there's only one crime in the Old Testament where the maximum penalty always has to be applied, which is murder. In the case of murder, it is a life for a life. And we don't do that anymore in our society. But every other crime could be reduced to a fine, potentially. Or even restitution. So this is why the general consensus thinking now on this is that the Old Testament is really case law. Just because of its comparisons to, say, other law codes and also alternative lesser punishments that could be applied. This is all indicative of case law. All right? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 ministries for 199. Last week, I meant the second he in Exodus 34:28. All right, that is helpful. Okay, let's go to this one. Exodus 34 and verse 28. Okay. All right, good. We got a verse here with actually the word he in it. That helps. Okay. And the verse, it says, so he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. This is Moses on top of Mount Sinai, writing out the laws. And he did not eat bread or drink water. And he wrote on the tablet the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. Now, the question is, who is this second he? Okay. And take a look at the Hebrew here. And the Hebrew, katav, is the word for write, and it is in the third person masculine singular. Okay. So that's where the he comes from. So it's it's in the conjugation of the third person singular. So now we got a chain here of antecedents. Okay. Verse 27 says, the Lord then spoke to Moses. All right, and blah blah blah. So he was there with the Lord. So we have the first he, and that's Moses. 40 days and 40 nights. He did not eat bread or drink water. That's also Moses. And he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. That's also Moses. Now, this is, some could make the argument that it could be the Lord, but I don't think so, given the antecedents, the chain of antecedents that we have so far. Okay? So it's most likely to be Moses. And this is also, we also have to keep in mind that this is the second set of the 10 commandments. This is not the first set that was smashed. The first set was written by the finger of God. So God wrote the first set. And I believe that that's at the end of chapter 31. Let's see here. Yeah. 31 verse 18. And when he had finished speaking with him upon Mount Sinai, and this is taught, the he here is God instead. He gave Moses the 2 tablets of the testimony, tablets of stone written by the finger of God. So that's the first set of tablets, but Exodus 34 is the second. And because it's the second, it's Moses doing the hard labor. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. All right, the next one here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Why does the NIV NLT translate Milcom as Molech in 1 Kings 11:5? All right, let's go to 1 Kings 11:5. 1 Kings 11, verse 5. All right, so it says here, For Solomon went after Asherah, the goddess of the Sidonians, and after Milcom, the detestable idol of the Ammonites. Okay, now the Hebrew here does say Milcom, at least in the Nazirite text. Okay, so it says Milcom here. Now, I'm going to take a look at a couple of translations, and we're going to see if there's anything else that we should know about, like traditional readings or anything like that. Let's look at the KJV first. Okay. Yeah, in the KJV, there's a gloss. Milcom, also called Molech, that the translators probably added. So that's probably something from the KJV. What does the New King James Version translate this as? It also translates it as Milcom, and that is correct because it is the god of the Ammonites. And let's see what the Septuagint says. Astarte. Okay, Astarte. Solomon. Worshipped the god of the idols. Don't think it says the name on the Septuagint. Let's see what. Yeah, it says Astarte. Yeah, so it doesn't actually mention here Milcom or a Molech in the Septuagint. So from the New Living Translation, it does say Molech. And this seems to be a translational error. Okay? I think what's going on here with the NIV and NLT is they've sort of fallen back on that interpretive gloss inserted in the KJV, and basically said that, well, we don't know who Milcom is, so we'll just translate them all as Molech. It's probably what's going on here. The NLT and NIV didn't always have the greatest translators. Sometimes they did. So, like, there were some really good translators on the NIV committee, but not all of them were that good. Okay, so I don't know which one translated the First Kings, but the NIV here. What does the NIV say? Yeah, the NIV has a footnote here. So he followed the Ashtaroth, the god of the Sidonians, and Molech, Hebrew Milcom, also in verse 33. Okay. So this is in the NIV, the footnote here is telling you that this is a traditional rendering. So that's what's kind of going on, is they're going by a traditional rendering. Hebrew says Milcom, Molech is not what's in the Hebrew text. It's pretty clear here that let's try one more here. Do I have the Vulgate on here? Let's see if I've got the Vulgate. I do not have the Vulgate. I got the Vulgate somewhere else. Let me see what the Vulgate says. Just curious. Now you got me interested in this. Now we're going down rabbit trails. Fire up my other version here, the one with the Vulgate. Yeah. All right. Let's see what the Vulgate says. Latin. Vulgate. 1 Kings 11, verse 4. The Vulgate says Moloch. Interesting. Okay, that's interesting. The Vulgate says Moloch. Okay, so this appears to be a translational error that began in the Vulgate. That began in the Vulgate, got carried over into the King James, and then we're seeing some modern translations essentially do this traditional rendering. Okay, so I think one of the things about, like, for example, the Vulgate translators is, you know, they're not going to be familiar with Milcom. They're not going to understand who Milcom is. So when Jerome translates the Vulgate, he has no idea who Milcom is. So I think it was just sort of he was confused between Milcom and Molech. So we traced it down. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Fascinating, though. Fascinating to see that. Errors will travel. All right, the next super chat here is from 18 Ministries for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is Astarte Asherah? No. Astarte is not Asherah. Yeah, well. There is a difference between Asherah and Astarte. Okay, now Astarte is the Semitic version of Anna, which was a Mesopotamian god. And you ask another question on this, so we'll postpone our discussion of Astarte for the moment until we get to that super chat. But Asherah is a little different. Now, the Ugaritic texts view Asherah as the wife of El, but it's not clear if that's what Asherah was everywhere in the Levant. There's some suggestion that Asherah is a practice in the same way that Moloch is a practice. Moloch is not a deity. Moloch is a child sacrifice burnt offering. And Asherah is a votive pole that people worshipped around. Okay? So there's some debate over whether an Asherah is a goddess per the Ugaritic Baal cycle, or if Asherah is this votive pole that people erected and then did their rituals around. Okay? Because you often find Asherah associated with a tree or pole or some sacred grove. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And we'll get to the Asherah in a moment here. Okay, 18 ministries for 199. Exodus 40, verse 18. Wise Moses that erected the tabernacle. Interesting. And there's a really good explanation for this, which is Exodus 40, verse 18. Okay, and the text reads, when Moses set up the tabernacle, he put the bases in place, erected the frames, inserted the crossbars, and set up the posts. Then he spread the tent over the tabernacle and put the covering over the tent as the Lord commanded him. Okay, now there's a couple reasons why this is the case. First of all, the priests weren't consecrated yet. There's no consecrated priests yet. Second reason is the Shekinah glory has not entered into the tabernacle. It's not holy yet. Moses, as God's representative, could raise the tabernacle, and this is the only time Moses does. After this, it's the Kohathites that have to take down the tabernacle and reassemble it. Okay? This is the only time Moses ever does it, and he only does it the first time. Okay? So this is sort of a prophetic exception. He raises it, he builds it the first time himself. Then after that, the priests can be consecrated, and then it's their problem. Okay? I don't know if he gets snarked that he can never do it again, but he's not.
He builds it, it's his work, and now he's kicked out.
Trading your replacements. Yeah, like that. Okay? So, as I said, the tabernacle was not consecrated yet. It wasn't holy yet. So because it wasn't holy, because the Shekinah glory hadn't come into it, Moses could do it. And as God's representative, it was incumbent on him to do it. Okay? Once the priests are consecrated, and once the offerings are made, and once the Shekinah glory is there, he can't do it anymore. He's not permitted any longer to do it. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But it's the first time exception. It's the first time exception is what we're going on here. Okay? All right. AT Ministries there for 199. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, was Moses considered a priest? No. He was not considered a priest. Okay? He was not considered a priest. He was considered a prophet. Okay? So, he actually, neither he nor his children could serve as priests. It's Aaron and the line of Aaron who were designated to be priests. So he himself was not a priest. So the fact he could raise the tabernacle had nothing to do with him being a priest. It was the fact it was not yet consecrated, and therefore he was, as God's prophet and God's representative, he was permitted to assemble it the first time. Okay? So that's what's going on there. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Jeremiah in the Masoretic text is 1/3 longer than the Septuagint. How do we interpret that? What about the Qumran manuscripts, if we have any for Jeremiah? Okay. I'd have to look into the Qumran manuscripts. I've got a lot of them. I don't have all of them, but I've got a lot of, say, the authoritative sort of publication of the Qumran manuscripts, which is a series from Oxford University Press called Discoveries in the Judean Desert. It's like 40 volumes. It's very hard to get all of the volumes. Okay. But I think I've got something like 30 of the volumes. But the fact is that I haven't looked into that whole issue of the length of Jeremiah versus the length of the Septuagint in the Masoretic text. So I'd have to look into this in more detail. The Qumran manuscripts may give us some insight into this, either into the Septuagint or into the Masoretic text, but actually I haven't looked into this issue very much. Oftentimes what we find actually in the Septuagint is that the longer version is usually in the Septuagint, not in the Masoretic text. So I think it's kind of interesting here that the Masoretic text is actually longer, if what you say is correct, because it's usually the other way around. And some of this is that in the case of, say, Septuagint, the translators of the Septuagint seem to have taken a kitchen sink approach, which is, like, for example, you see this in Deuteronomy 32, verse 8, where they seem to take two textual traditions and blend them together to get a compound reading. And that seems to be something that's fairly common in the Septuagint, where they'll take two Hebrew manuscripts, which have different readings for a verse, and try to compatibilize them into a single reading. And you'll sometimes get these verses that are like twice as long in the Septuagint as opposed to the Masoretic text. And it does seem to be that they were operating off of multiple manuscripts, and multiple text traditions, and as such, usually we get longer readings out of the Septuagint than we do out of the Masoretic text. So the fact we have, say, a longer reading in Jeremiah here is very interesting. But I'd have to look it up in more detail and actually examine the text before I make any determination as to which way things went on the book of Jeremiah. Okay? So I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, 18 ministries for 199. What's soothing aroma mean regarding sacrifices? Okay, it means that in the case of sacrifices, sin's being covered. It's being covered. And this whole purpose of the sacrificial system is that sin is covered, not forgiven. Sacrifice doesn't forgive sin, it only covers sin. And when sin is covered, kefer in Hebrew, it's not getting rid of. It's covered so that God can have relationship with you. That's the whole point of the sacrificial system, is to have so that God can have relationship with his people until sin is ultimately forgiven. So when the text talks about sacrifices having a soothing aroma, it means that God's in relationship with his people. It means God's in relationship with his people, and and Devin says he'll bring out the whiteout analogy. It's such a good analogy, though. Okay. It explains the sacrificial system so well. Okay. Yes, the whiteout analogy is the best analogy for this. Okay. But I won't bring it out today. Because we're talking about the soothing aroma. Okay? But that's why it's a soothing aroma. God likes the whole idea that he can have relationship with his people. So when people are bringing proper sacrifices and giving glory to him and worshiping him his way, he can have relationship with him, with his people, and that's soothing. That's pleasing to God. You know, when we pray to God, we don't have the sacrificial system today because, at least for sin, because God is in relation with us through the Holy Spirit and through the sacrifice of Christ on the cross. But when we pray to God, God likes that because we're having relationship with him. So, Darkblade, what do you mean you won't bring it out? If you don't bring it out, I'll be 10 dead in debt. What does the Bible say about gambling? Hey, if you do a bad debt, bad gambling debt, that's your sin. Followers of the shepherd. Darkblade, thanks for the gift. Mama, tell us the whiteout analogy again, Uncle Dave. Ryan, Dr. Falk also has money on it. I would never do something like that. Much. Okay, so, but that's what it's meant by soothing aroma. It's God just is pleased with having a relationship with his people, and that used to be through the sacrificial system. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. 18 ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think Moses parallels himself as Horus and Pharaoh as set in the beginning of Exodus? No, I don't. Something else is going on there, which is what we're seeing in the parallels between, or what we're seeing in the narrative between Moses and Pharaoh is essentially a late Bronze Age labor dispute. Essentially, that's what it is. And because we see other parallels like it, closer parallels than anything mythological. We see these parallels, for example, in the 20th dynasty strike papyri. It's uncanny. It's uncanny how the strike papyri of the 20th dynasty is very, very similar to the Moses narrative of the 19th dynasty. Now, I don't know if one influenced the other. I mean, certainly the strike papyri didn't influence Moses. But there could have been a tradition of labor disputes that preceded both, that both were sort of depending on to guide their actions. But the fact that they're so close in time to each other, and the fact that they're so similar in a lot of ways, it's uncanny. It's uncanny how similar the strike papyri are to the Moses narrative, at least in how Moses approaches the people, how he approaches Pharaoh, and how he appeals it to God. Very, very similar in a lot of ways. But I don't think this has anything to do with the contentions of Pharaoh and Set. They're very different in narratives, and sometimes when people make these comparisons to, I sometimes think it's a lazy understanding of both what's happening in the Book of Exodus and what's happening in the Egyptian texts. So I don't see a lot. I mean, I saw, for example, somebody claim that Horus was like Moses because Horus was set in the reeds, was hidden in the reeds. What? I mean, yes, the child Moses was put in a reed basket and set among the reeds. Okay, yeah. But this is a reedy place. It's a river culture. Where else are you going to hide a child in the river? You know, it's just like you're not going to throw him out for the crocodiles to munch.
They also didn't have any freeways. You could set him in the back.
No, you couldn't set him behind there. There's no roads. Come on. Like, it's a river culture. Everybody is using the river. Everybody is using the freaking river.
Leaving back.
Yeah. In ancient Egypt, you didn't leave a baby in a temple. You know, you left him in the river and hoped somebody would find him. Haystack says parallelomania. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's parallelomania. You know, it just... Oh, jeez. Yeah. Followers of the shepherd. Well, someone has to feed the crocs. Well, that's what they did to the infants. That's what they did to the infants that they killed. They basically, the baby boys in Exodus chapter 2 is, or chapter 1, I think. Was it 1 or 2 now? No. Make sure I got that reference correct. Yeah.
The God, they didn't.
Yeah, sorry, end of chapter 1, verse 22. Yeah, so when Pharaoh commands every son, every, infant son of the Israelites is to be killed and thrown in the river, that's what they're doing, is feeding them to the crocs. So... yeah, not...
It doesn't.
Yeah. Tony G, the river was cleaner than I imagined. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, the Nile's disgusting. I mean, I'm about to go there in about 6 weeks. I mean, our trip to Egypt is only about 6 weeks away. And, yeah, don't stick your hand in the water, dude. Just... yeah, the river's not clean. It's not clean. Never has been. Okay. Normal man Says, is Parallelomania like WrestleMania? Is there a Macho Man of parallel makers? Billy Carson? Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of nonsense that goes along with Parallelomania. All right, let's go to the next one here. Next one here is from AT Ministries. Thank you very much for the super chat. For $4.99. Could Zipporah have been a Midianite by nationality and a Cushite by ethnic heritage? I heard Cushites can be both. No, they can't. Okay. Cushites were really restricted to that area of southern Egypt. Okay. They didn't get out much. Okay, they didn't travel much. The only group of Cushites that really traveled were the Magi, and they only traveled up and down Egypt because they were reassigned from place to place. Okay, so the idea that a Cushite could also be a Midianite just doesn't is just nonsense. Okay, now there's been some people who have suggested that, for example, Joktan, was the father of Cushan and Saba. But Cushan is not Cush. Even though Saba is in Midianite territory. Cushan is actually in Sumer. Okay? So, and we see this, for example, in Judges, where we see Cushan Rathmaim. Okay, and that's also in Sumer. Okay, so there's sort of an etymological false friend between Cush and Cushan. Okay, and even so, Cushan is not in the Saudi Arabian Peninsula. So, so there's people who try to tie Midian and Cushan together to try to say that, oh, Zipporah was a Cushite or was Midianite, but she's also the Cushite wife being mentioned in Numbers 12, and that those links between Midian and Cush that people try to make, they fall apart. They fall apart really fast. You've got some ethnocentrists or Afrocentrists that are trying to even make this connection, and when people sometimes tell me about these Afrocentrists who basically say, "Oh, Midianites, yeah, they're from Cush. They're from Cush." Well, they're also going to say that the Israelites are also from Cush and Africa. So it's like, okay, you're going to accept that Zipporah is from Cush, but you're going to reject from the same source that the Israelites, like King David and Jesus, are also from Africa. Okay, oh my gosh. It just gets silly. It just gets really, really silly. So, who said 913? Okay, take that. Seneca Nero says, what were the job of the Magi? I think Assassin's Creed Origin gave me the wrong impression. Are they like an Egyptian sheriff? No. What they were like, they were more, they basically filled in a couple roles. They were essentially police officers, guards, constables, and community leaders. They were essentially who the Pharaoh trusted with a sort of a position of authority to keep the peace. Peace officers. That's probably the best way to describe them. The Magi were peace officers. They weren't sheriffs. They weren't assassins. They were just
mercenaries.
Well, they were originally mercenaries during the Second Intermediate Period. But once that war with the Hyksos was over, they became peace officers. They doled out beatings. Yeah, they did. Yep. Yep, they did dole out beatings. Yeah, if Pharaoh wanted something investigated, he would send the Magi. So what a sheriff is now? Yeah, possibly. I don't know much about the role of modern sheriffs, so. But that's what the Magi were. They were peace. It depends on what town you're in, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, there's some towns in the U.S. where sheriff is a little more broad than just a peace officer. Okay. So anyway, I don't think that I think the evidence is way too lacking to conclude that Zipporah was both a Midianite and a Cushite. Zipporah was definitely a Midianite. We know that because Moses marries her in Midian. She's not ethnically a Cushite. It's just not possible. And moreover, we don't have any evidence of even, say, a kingdom of Cushan in Midian. We just don't have that. We got a lot of like Saba. We got Saba. Okay, we got Hadramut. We got that. There's no Cushan kingdom or Cushan tribe recorded in any of the old Arabian documents. So the evidence is just too thin for this. It's just too thin. Yeah, there's a here's the reason why you find these people are tenacious. Okay? People are tenacious about holding on to the idea that Zipporah was a Cushite. And there's a couple of reasons why. And some are more noble than others, okay? We don't get a good record of when Zipporah died. We're never told when Zipporah's died in the whole text, okay? Now, there's a point in, say, Numbers 10 where, Ruel the Midianite still has having good relationship with Moses, okay? And that's his father-in-law, okay? Now, that's probably Zipporah's father. But by Numbers 25, that whole relationship is fallen apart. In just 15 chapters, they go from great friends with the Midianites to mortal enemies. Something happened to change that relationship. Now, there's been a couple of suggestions here that that the second wife in Numbers 12 is either a polygamous marriage. That's been a suggestion. I don't agree with that suggestion, but it's been suggested. So, to avoid that appearance of, say, polygamy among Moses, there are big commentators that will try to claim that, this Cushite wife had to be Zipporah. Well, Zipporah had been married to Moses since before the Exodus. Before the Exodus even happened, he was married and had kids. And only now in Numbers 12 is it an issue? That doesn't make any sense. It's crazy. That there's another less noble reason why, too, is people are tied to that interpretation of racism. That Miriam was going to a racist place because, quote, Zipporah was a Cushite. Okay? And I think that's also wrong. Okay? The reason why she's complaining that Zipporah is a Cushite is because it breaks the alliance with the Midianites. That's the reason. And she thinks she can hear God too, and therefore he tries to usurp Moses' sole authority as the voice of God. Okay? So there's some people are sort of really, really tied to that racist interpretation when it has nothing to do with racism at all. It has things to do with treaty affiliations. It has things to do with authority to who speaks on behalf of God, who gets to go into the tabernacle. There's a lot of other issues involved here, but race isn't one of them. But some people are really, really tied to the race interpretation. And to get to that race interpretation, they need to hang on to that Zipporah is a Cushite. And there's enough events that happen between Numbers 10 and Numbers 12 that Zipporah could have died in the meantime. And I think that's the most reasonable answer here, is Zipporah died in that intervening period between 10 and 12, and Moses marries immediately. And that breaks the covenant with the Midianites. And then at that point, the Midianites feel free to basically wipe out the Israelites. Mama says it was political, not racial. Absolutely. Yeah, it was political, not racial. Okay, so that's what's going on there with the Midianite. Again, I wouldn't take the people who try to tie Midian and Cush together to be credible. They don't know. They don't know. Like even as I said, some people will resort to Genesis 25 and Genesis 10 without realizing that those are ethnographic statements, not genealogical statements. So, yeah. So again, it's a very, very poor understanding of the biblical text that's sort of undergirding that interpretation. Okay. Mama asks, it seems like racism back then was more about who you descended from than rather than what you look like. Is that correct? It isn't about who you look like, and that's probably very, very true. The Egyptians were incredibly xenophobic, but that had to do again with ethnicity and in-groups more than it did what race you were. Okay? If anything, race had almost nothing to do with skin color. And I think that's really an important thing. Like, for example, Egyptians hated the Nubians. Okay? They didn't like the Nubians. Couldn't stand them. Couldn't stand them at all. They thought they were vile, wretched, awful people. Magi, they loved. They loved the Magi. They trusted the Magi. They gave them positions of authority. I mean, even in the Middle Kingdom, there's this boundary stela, a very interesting boundary stela from the Middle Kingdom that says, no Nubian can go further south than this stela unless he's a Magi. Magi are free to pass. Okay? That tells you everything. Now it's just like, they love Magi. They absolutely adored Magi. Magi were like the local heroes. It was crazy. It was so funny how you read these texts about the Magi and it's like, we love these guys. Of course, they were kind of knaves too, but yeah, they were. But Magi were easily identifiable by their dark skin. Okay? So it had nothing at all to do with skin color. Nothing. It had everything to do with what was your tribal, what was your ethnic affiliation. Okay? And even then, they didn't even carry that. Like, for example, there were some Semitic Asiatics that made it to the heights of government. Like Apparel. He was a Semitic Asiatic, and he eventually became vizier over Egypt under King Akhenaten. The Chancellor Bey was another Asiatic Semite. He also became vizier. So these the Egyptians, as much as they were xenophobic, they weren't racist in that same way. They would recognize when a person had talent and ability, and they would just keep elevating them up the social strata. Yeah, it was very much a meritocracy. You know, while, say, American slavery might have been motivated by race and color, Egypt wasn't. Egypt wasn't. It wasn't in that way. Okay. So, thank you very much for that question, Mama. I hope that helped. Well, the next question here is from 18 Ministries for 199. How long would Moses have been weaned by his mom? That's a great question. We don't know the answer, okay? We do know that weaning in the ancient world was a lot longer than it is in the West. A lot longer. Like, for example, in some cultures, it can be up to like 7 years in age. Okay. Being that we kind of understand that weaning in Egypt was longer, it probably would not have, maybe between 3 to 5 years, but we're not sure. Okay. Yeah, it seems strange, 7 years, but some cultures do that. Yeah. Particularly in places where nutrition wasn't as solid. Yeah, nursing can go on for a long time, in some of these underdeveloped countries, and the less developed, it almost seems that the less developed, the longer the weaning. Mama says in Africa today, nursing can go on for a while too. Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be unusual for weaning to happen for 2 to 3 years. See? Essentially, when they start losing teeth. This tends to be when, while they have their baby teeth, they're still weaning. They're still being breastfed. And it seems to be that most cultures switch, at least most underdeveloped cultures that have long weaning cycles, they tend to sort of do the weaning process when the baby teeth start to fall out. Like, baby loses his first teeth. Okay, solid food for you now. Yeah, so Mama says, yep, among the poor sought myself. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But most cultures won't go beyond 7 years. Okay, so Tony G, definitely before braces. Well, I hope so. Mama says, I wonder if it has something to do with birth control. For some women, if they nurse, they don't ovulate. Yeah, it might have something to do with birth control, but I think it has a lot to do with nutrition, basically. Because frankly, the mother produces food that the baby can, supplement their diet. Now, it also has been shown, too, that in some cultures, anthropologically, even when the baby is introduced to solid food, the weaning process doesn't, the breastfeeding process doesn't necessarily end immediately. But again, that then becomes a nutritional supplement. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. As my producer just said, well, if you're in a place where there's knife-edge agriculture, this would make the difference between life and death for your child. So, and Egyptian agriculture was definitely knife-edge agriculture. Most people were within 50 calories of starvation. Okay? So, and children died quickly if there was a famine. within days. Okay, so yeah, for so it's one of those things where it was the weaning process went the breastfeeding process went for years, so it's much TBD. That makes an interesting point here. Aaron is said to be 3 years older than Moses, so that could be a clue. Yeah, possibly. 3 years would not be unreasonable in this culture, in the Egyptian culture. That would not be unreasonable at all. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated, and it's an interesting question. Yeah. Okay, 18 Mistress for 199. Leviticus 2, 11 to 12. What's wrong with leaven and honey? Okay. Let's get into it. Let's pull up our Bible here. I see you've been reading a lot of Leviticus lately. Leviticus 2. Okay. And go back down here. And it says, no grain offering which you shall bring to the Lord shall be made with leaven, for you shall not offer up in smoke any leaven or any honey as an offering fire to the Lord. Okay. We'll start with the leaven, because that one's obvious. Okay. Anything you make with leaven can mold easily. Okay. The problem here is fungus. That woolly stuff that shows on your old bread. Okay. So leaven was associated with sin and decay. So that's why no leaven. Okay. So when you bake bread for the Lord, no leaven in it. Okay. That's pretty much straightforward. The same reason unleavened bread is used in the Passover, and you clean your house of all the mold. So it's the same reason for that. Now, honey's a little different. Honey is one of those things that's dietarily kosher, dietarily clean, but not ritually clean. There's two kinds of cleanness that we sometimes get confused. Two categories of cleanness. One which is we would call, say, dietarily kosher, and then something that is kodesh or holy, can be used for holy purposes. Okay? Honey can be eaten as a kosher food. It's kosher food. You will eat it during Passover if you have the comets. Okay? But it's not ritually kodesh. It's not appropriate for holy rituals. There's a reason why. Okay? Now, when honey was offered, and this was done, pagans would do this, Canaanites would do this, is they would take honey, they would combine it with wheat flour, and make these little cakes that they would then burn. Okay? Now, the problem with honey is honey often has bee parts in it. Little dead insects. You don't normally see this in your purified, filtered honey that you buy in the store. Hopefully not. My producer's saying I'm putting her off of honey now. But raw honey has bee parts in it. You know, you'll see dead bees, parts of bee legs, that sort of thing. Okay? It's not Kodesh kind of clean. Okay? Alexis, bug legs in your offering to God. Yum. Yeah, kind of. Answering LDS says, I come from a family of beekeepers, can confirm. Yeah, I was a beekeeper myself. Yeah, the honey you get raw, yeah, it has bee bug parts in it. So you can't use it for something that's holy. Like for example, locusts. It's ritual. It's dietarily kosher to eat locusts. You know, you can do that. It's totally kosher to do it. It's kosher food. But you can't offer it as a sacrifice. It's not Kodesh. So, BC. Of course Dr. Falk kept bees. Well, I did. When I was actually part of the beekeeping society at the University of Liverpool. We had a couple of hives on the roof of the student union building where people were we were taught how to keep bees. So, and it was a lot of fun. I really missed that. I mean, even though I don't eat honey myself anymore, it was just, I just enjoyed the whole process of keeping bees. It was just fantastic. Oh, jeez. Darkblade. At this point, there's probably fewer things that Falk hasn't been, like a weekly Shonen Jump author. Yeah, probably. Mama, of course Dr. Falk has also kept bees. Well, I was supposed to receive the certification to be a beekeeper, but we never got our certificates. Because the instructor dropped the ball, but otherwise I would have had proof of it, too. Dr. Falk's dad lore is insane. Yeah, well, there's no denying it. Okay. So yeah, that's the problem with leaven, and that's the problem with honey in say temple rituals. Leaven is associated with mold and fungus and decay. Honey is associated with dead insects. So yeah, you can't use it in either temple sacrifices. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. 18 ministries for $1.99. Leviticus 2:13. What is the salt of the covenant? All right, that's an interesting question. Leviticus 2:13. Every grain offering is yours. Moreover, you shall season it with salt, so that the salt of the covenant of God shall not be lacking from your grain offering. With all your offerings you shall offer salt. Okay. Now, it's a good question. Now, the salt of the covenant isn't literal salt. Okay. Now, season it with salt, that's literal salt. Salt of the covenant isn't literal salt. It's a metaphor. Okay? Salt of the covenant is the metaphor. Okay? Salt flavors, but it also purifies and prevents decay. It's used as a preservative. Like, for example, when Jesus says, you are light and salt. You're the light of the world and the salt of the earth. And if you lose your saltiness, what use are you? We throw you out. Okay? So, the idea is that light is supposed to be your testimony to the world. Salt is your inner purification. Your rectitude with God. The salt of the covenant is the idea that the covenant itself is something that keeps you from sin, that warns you of sin, and it prevents decay because of that. Okay? So this is one of the things that so this text here is using a metaphor and the physical salt in the offerings as a metaphor, as a symbol of the covenant and how the covenant keeps you, in right standing with God. Okay, so Haystack says to preserve. Oh yeah, salt preserves. It's a preservative. You salt meat. As he points out here, the Egyptians took that literally with that natron. Oh yeah, they would preserve fish in natron. They preserve beef in natron. So I mean, very much. Tony G, was salt valuable? I can see it as an extra sacrifice. Yes. Oh yeah, salt was very valuable. Especially in hot countries. Now, one of the things I noticed when I was when doing ketogenic diet is I can't maintain that when I'm in Egypt. The one thing about being on a ketogenic diet is you don't retain salt. You always have to supplement with salt. It's also, and the way people do this in these hot countries is they'll put salt in lots of stuff. They'll put it in your bread. They'll put it in your meat. Now, for somebody on ketogenic diet, it's not enough. But this is also the reason why they eat a lot of bread, too, in these countries. Because it creates an insulin reaction that retains salt. So, salt was very valuable. The Romans used to mine salt and pay their miners in salt. The way salt was used was a little different, too. You didn't see a lot of pure salt, but what you would see is rock salt. Now, when we talk about rock salt, how they would use it would be a little different than how we would use it today, which is we had pure salt and we crush it and sprinkle it up. Now, they did have sea salt. They did make salt from the salt water from the Mediterranean. They had these actually salt drying beds that in the ancient world that they would dry out these flats of salt and then scoop up the salt. Okay, they would do that. But they also mined it. Now, in the case of the rock salt, what they did was that salt was mixed with salt mixed with rock as sand. So what they would do is they would put it in a little cloth and then just dip. This is why, like, for example, when the salt loses its saltiness. Okay, this is what I love, this metaphor that's used by Christ, because salt could lose its saltiness. Because the way you got this handful of rocks essentially that contain salt. Well, you take that salt, you'd put it in a cloth, tie up the cloth, and then you dip it in whatever you want to salt. Okay? And then over time, the salt would all leach out and just leave you with rocks, with pebbles. At that point, the salt had lost its saltiness and was just chucked out. So it's a cool illustration because it shows you how rock salt was used in the Roman world. Okay? But salt was very valuable. You need it to survive. So oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, people who suffer from a lot of cramps are often salt deprived. We actually have more problems with salt deficiency today in the West than we do now in the East. So yeah, but it's very important, especially in hot countries where you sweat a lot, because you're not only going to leach salt through your urine, you're also going to leach salt through your perspiration. So you do tend to need more salt in those countries, and it was important to be able to continue working well. So yeah, it was very valuable. You needed it, and you could only get it from certain places. So you had a lower supply. Because you had a low supply and high demand, salt was expensive. Okay. The haystack says that Lot's wife preserved her heart in wickedness then. Yeah. Also, we also have kind of one of the things we got to kind of understand too about, say, Lot's wife too is that salt from the Dead Sea is not edible. Okay? It's not edible. And that's because it contains bromides. Really nasty stuff, that stuff. Yeah, you can swim in it, but I wouldn't recommend it. You end up smelling like a pickle when you come out of it. It contains a lot of sulfur and bromides. Just not good stuff. So, ugh. Icky. All right. Let's go on to the next one here. Next one is from AT Ministries here for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Were sin guilt offerings common in the ancient Near East, and what was their purpose? offerings were common in the ancient Near East, okay? But not necessarily guilt or sin offerings, okay? Offerings in the ancient Near East seem to follow a different function, which is the feeding of the gods, okay? In a lot of places, like Mesopotamia and in Egypt, offerings were given to the gods to feed them, to give them bread and meat, so they gave you bread and meat. So there's often this notion of reciprocal economy in, say, other ancient Near Eastern temple settings. In Israel, the whole guilt and sin offering stuff wasn't so much to feed the god, because Yahweh never was hungry. Okay, he wasn't thirsty and he wasn't hungry. Okay, but it was to cover over sin or guilt or one of the other reasons for the sacrificial system, like Thanksgiving, fulfillment of an oath, ritual purification. There was like 7 different types of offerings in Israel that we don't really see in other ancient Near Eastern contexts. So it's a different sort of theology that underlies Israelite religion versus, say, Egyptian or Mesopotamian. Jonathan Walker says, and they burned the offerings, so God wasn't left with much to eat anyway. Well, there was that. Some of it was some of it was used to feed the priests. A lot of those offerings were used to feed the priests, because that was their income. That was their dinner. You know, that was dinner for the priests. So a lot of those, a lot of them were just used to hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat and the follow-up question. Appreciate that. Bomb Papa's Basement says, before I head to bed at Dr. Falk, thank you for adding me twice on the Book of Faces this week. Good night, everyone. Well, you're most welcome. I was surprised to see you there, so I was more than happy to add you. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries, and it's from 199. He says, what does it mean Levites are the true Israelites? Well, it somewhat depends on who's saying it. I've heard this used in a couple of ways. I've heard it once used to talk about Levites being the ideal Israelites. Okay? And okay, and in that respect, I can understand it. But I've also heard it like from the Richard Elliott Friedman like crowd that basically says that the only real Israelites are the Levites, and everyone else from Israel are from the Canaanites. Okay, in the that basically joined the Levites once the Levites came in. Okay, so it's going to depend on who's saying this, what it means. So, this is why I don't tend to use this, because I think it's loaded language. I think it's very low. Yeah, it's a true Scotsman fallacy, exactly. Vermin Trash Rat says the true Scotsman fallacy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I would say. Is it's a true Scotsman fallacy. A lot of this is going to depend on who's saying it, and either one is not exactly correct. So, I hope that helps. But again, I would avoid using this because I don't think it makes a really good statement. At least not factual. Okay. Next one from AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. What crisis occurred in Egypt during Joseph? That famine. Okay. It's in the text. Joseph was in charge of the famine, essentially, and basically storing up for the famine, and then basically doling out the food once the famine hit. Now, famines did occur in Egypt on a regular basis. There's actually so many famines that occurred in Egypt, we can't actually tell which one is the Joseph famine. Okay? And yeah. Yeah, that's a key point to note for Joseph, is that anytime the water level slipped, you know, and crops were basically, how many crops you got was dependent on how high the river was. Sometimes the river was very high and they got a bumper crop. Sometimes they had what was called the joining of the sides, the joining of the banks, where essentially the water level is so low that you could cross the river on foot. Okay? That was a bad year. A very, very bad year. Because essentially there was no water for you to aggregate your fields. And there was no flooding to restore the fertility of the fields. Yeah, it's a wide river. It's not a creek. So when that water levels drops, and we have to understand too that the inundation, the whole sort of Nile basin is very flat, except for this little dip where the river is. But when it floods the whole floodplain, going in for miles on the other side. So there's it covered almost all the arable land. When it was really high, it would flood the temples even. So, I mean, it could reach really far inland. But if it failed, if the East Africa didn't get its rains, if it didn't get its seasonal monsoons, the Nile would not flood. And if it didn't flood, there was famine. So, it was almost inevitably that famine that, that Joseph predicted, and then Pharaohs had the wisdom to say, okay, we'll do that. And, but again, famine happens so often in Egypt, we just can't narrow it down. So, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 mysteries for $4.99. Who is Ishtar? What is the period when she was worshipped? Now, we kind of alluded to this question a little back when you were asking me, is Asherah Astarte? Okay. Ishtar is the Assyrian name for Inanna. And Astarte is the Levantine name for Inanna. Okay. And Inanna, or Ishtar, is the Mesopotamian goddess of love, war, and fertility. What a great combination. Yeah, if you're going to go, hey, love or war, why not have both? Make love and war.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. So Astarte was a goddess of, and Ishtar and Inanna were a goddess of love, war, and fertility. Okay. Dark place. So a violent Aphrodite. Absolutely. Although Aphrodite was was also a warrior goddess. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this is
Yeah.
Cleopatra maybe, okay? Yeah. Okay. Athena, yeah. Athena Aphrodite combination, yeah, exactly.
Actually, not all that rare.
Yeah, no, it's not that unusual a combination, but hey. Yeah, I'm thinking Athena, not Aphrodite. That makes more sense, yeah. Okay. So, what period was Ishtar worshipped? We have evidence of her being worshipped as early as about 4000 BC. Goes way back. Way back. She's one of the oldest goddesses in Mesopotamia. and she was worshipped continuously in Mesopotamia. Her worship is wiped out by the Assyrians in the 8th century BC in, say, northern Levant, but continued to be worshipped until roughly the 3rd to 5th centuries AD, at least locally to Mesopotamia, when it was wiped out by essentially the Ishtar cult declined, mostly because of the introduction of Christianity to Mesopotamia. So you don't really see it after the 5th century AD in Mesopotamia anymore, because of the ascendance of Christianity. So that's what happened there. I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. So that's who it is. Ishtar, Inanna, Astarte, all the same thing. When they worship her, 4000 BC to about 400 AD, and she was goddess of love, fertility, and war. Okay? Jonathan Walker, God driving out the gods once again. Yeah. Okay, 18 Mysteries from $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. You mentioned ethnic geography last stream, and that East meant north to the Israelites. I thought East Anatole meant they were from Anatolia, meaning Turkey, where we get the idea of the Hittites from. Okay. Now, we've got to understand a couple things here. What you've got here is you've got two ethnic geographies here kind of combined into one question, okay? Anatole is the Greek term for Turkey, okay? So the ethnic geography of Greece views Anatole east. So Turkey is east of Greece, okay? So Anatole, being a Greek word, infers that their ethnic geography, Greece being the center of their world, okay, east is going to be Anatolia. West is going to be Italia. Okay? South is the sea. Okay? So the Greek ethnic geography is going to be different than the Israelite geography, which did not call Turkey Anatole, but it called it Heti, the land of the Hatti land, Hittites. Okay? So, I love all the Toto references. So, you got to be a little careful here not to combine different ethnic geographies, okay? Because they're different. The Israelite geography is going to view going east by going north. Okay, that's how the Israelites are going to view that, but that's not how the Greeks are going to do it. So when we get to the New Testament and it talks about Anatole, it's going to be talk about it in Greek terms. Okay? Whereas, say, in earlier periods, going east is going north. So you would go to Turkey by going, quote, east, when you're by compass going north. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Were the Israelites around during the time of Hittites? Were the Hittites around during the time of Jesus? No, they weren't. There was some remnant kingdoms. One of the interesting things about the Hittite kingdom, it was eventually taken over by the Seleucids. Okay. And the Thracians. The Thracians didn't last long. But it was eventually taken over by the Seleucids. Okay, during the time of Alexander. Okay, so they're taken over by the Seleucids. the Neo-Hittite kingdoms, most of them are going to be conquered by the Assyrians by the 8th century. But there's still going to be people practicing Hittite religion. And I think that's probably the interesting thing about when we talk about, say, the people from Anatolia who came to visit Jesus. Okay? The Magi. Is what we're talking about here is the remnants of that religion. Because there's still people practicing the Hittite religion into the first few centuries of the Christian era. So, there weren't Hittites as far as a political entity, but as a religious group, they were still around. So, there weren't the Hittite, as I said, the Neo-Hittite kingdoms were basically destroyed by the Assyrians and the Macedonians. But their religion lived on. Religions do this. Sometimes religions way outlast their political identities. So, this is just one of the things that religions tend to persist and survive. So, it's much easier to create a religion than to destroy one. Okay? So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Yay, 18 Ministries for $1.99. Who was your best beta reader, and why was it Mama? Somebody is fishing for compliments here. I could take the parental answer here, which is, I love all my children. I love all my beta readers. On a serious note, each beta reader brings something different to the equation. This is one of the reasons why I like having 3 beta readers. Okay? Each one is going to bring you a different emphasis. Okay? Like, for example, Mama got all the subtext. I mean, it was uncanny how much subtext she was able to discover reading the text. A lot of it. She got like 95% of the subtext that was going on in the book.
I was the
BC says, I was the control group who didn't read it yet. AT, he was a very good beta reader, but really focused on the plot. For him, he wanted to know, he was able to suss out untied threads, threads we hadn't tied off properly. So, very good with that. What?
What did I bring to the table?
Hey! Didn't say that! Boy, I can't even begin to mention how much my first beta reader did. Yeah, you did a lot. You did a lot. But you've also read it like 4 times too, so... So... Yeah, so here's the other value of having like 3 beta readers too. Not every beta reader is going to agree with each other. We actually saw that in one particular section where one person saw something and the other person didn't see it, but yes, she's the alpha. Alpha reader. But having that third beta reader there can often resolve any conflict, and becomes then a plurality of who saw what. So, Darkblade, how do I apply to be a beta reader for the Plagues book? It depends. It depends. We don't typically use beta readers for our academic works, and the reason why is because we typically do those out of traditional publishing, and traditional publishing has its own beta readers. Okay, so there's a lot more hands involved with a academically published work than with, say, a novel. With a novel, a lot of the work falls onto the author, so the author's got to arrange the beta readers. We do have a second novel that's done, that's undergoing line editing right now, and that one will be probably ready for beta reading. I'm thinking sometime in March. So we will at that point probably be soliciting for beta readers again. So yeah. But beta readers are really, really important for a fiction book. Really important. Because as I said, unlike the academic books, which have peer review readers, which do the same function. Essentially, in a academic book, you have peer review readers that do that exact function of beta reading.
Yeah, and boy, do they really do.
Yeah, boy, do they hold your feet to a fire. And some of them aren't nice about it in the slightest. But in the case of fiction, you have to arrange your own beta readers. You have to arrange your own editors, your own beta readers, and all that stuff. Okay, so but we'll be probably asking for beta readers for that second novel. In, as I said, around March is when we're thinking about doing it. Dossman, I keep forgetting it's not until April. Yeah, I know. It just takes that time. Okay, we want to make sure that this thing looks really, really nice. So, this is our first time publishing this through Ingham Spark, and answering LDS. What if I buy 1,000 copies of Falk's book? I would be very, very happy about that. I don't think it would do much. I mean, it certainly would drive up the ratings on Amazon. Wow. Hey, if you buy 1,000 copies on Amazon, it'll just drive it through a roof, especially if you do it all at once. Mama says it's so good, people. Thank you. Thank you. Mama says I already volunteered. Yes, she did. And she will have access to that second copy when it's ready for beta reading. But what happens is if you buy 1,000 copies, the Amazon review spikes. Okay, the Amazon rating spikes. And at that point, let's say if you buy it off of Amazon. Once you do that, though, it's just at that point, it goes up the charts. And then Amazon is one of those weird things. The more people buy a book, the more it'll promote it. So, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Oh, Mama is excited. Oh yeah, the second book is wild. The second book is just really. I mean, the first book is really good. The second one, whoa. Yeah. If you got emotional over the first book, oh yeah, this one takes you on a roller coaster. The second one is really on a roller coaster. Darkleg asks, if answering LDS buys 1,000 copies, will you be promoted to the next income tax bracket? No. Sorry. Doesn't quite work that way. I get about $3 a copy. Okay, and that's really good. Okay. Yeah, on an $18 book, I get $3. Okay? So keep that in mind. An $18 book only nets the author $3. And that's really good. Really good. If I'd gone through a traditional publisher for this, I'd be getting $1.50. Okay? Dossman goes, what about the $30 book I bought? I get about $6 on that. I get $6 on that. Again, if I had gone through a traditional publisher, that would be $3. So, answering LDS, Dan, really need those tax write-offs. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you don't get much out of publishing. You really don't. Most people don't realize that it's the end retailer, like Amazon, that gets the lion's share. It's the bookstores that get the lion's share, the ones that pay for the brick and mortars. Even the publisher does not get as much as the bookstore. The bookstore gets the biggest piece. It gets the biggest piece. And then the publisher gets the second biggest piece, and the author gets the smallest piece.
The author gets the least.
Yeah, the author gets the least. Yeah. Yeah, the publisher doesn't lose a shirt, but he's getting only, I mean, the cost of the book is the actual cost, and they break this down for you. So you kind of know, like, for example, the cost of the book itself is based on the number of pages. There's really only there's only a slight difference in the manufacturing cost between the hardcover and the softcover, but the cost of the book, essentially, the publisher, when they get their, the 40%, okay, it's 40%, and that's good. Take that a moment. Okay, so you're getting a really small slice of this as the author. You can almost think of it this way. It's divided almost into thirds. Okay, so of the publishing cost, a third of what it sells to the bookseller, okay, goes to the cost of printing. Okay, so that's a third goes to, roughly a third, a little more than that actually, goes to the publisher. The author gets slightly less than a third. Okay, and that's to have that 60%, roughly. So you're making about, if you're 10 to 20% off the book as the author. And then the biggest piece is the bookseller. They get the biggest piece. So, yeah. Andrew Graham says, that's why Jeff is rich. Yep. That's why Bezos is rich. Yep. Yeah, the author gets the smallest piece out of all of this. And it's always been that way, and it probably always will be that way.
But it used to be they had a big risk.
Yeah.
Now they're not printing except.
Yeah, well.
Now they don't have brick and
mortar. They are taking less risks now. They are doing less promoting. Yeah. So. It used to be that publishers would provide editorial services, and people would work with you on your books. No, they don't even correct your spelling anymore. It's just like terrible. No. Sometimes they would provide promotional budgets. They don't do that anymore. All the promotion falls on you, even with a traditional publisher. So you're sitting back and you're going, wait, I'm doing all the work. I'm doing all the promotion. And do I have to? And then they're going to tell you what sort of content that you have to put in your book. Like Tor Publishing did this to Brandon Sanderson in his most recent book, where they told him, they had his book read by a group of sensitivity readers who just injected his book with all this woke content. They're talking about, in that fantasy novel, they had him do stuff like gender fluidity and counseling. I mean, this is a book that's supposed to be set in a medieval European setting. What's this, huh? And talk about racism. Everything was just whacked. So, it's no wonder that Brandon Sanders's work has turned out as it is. It's just, I mean, Tor's a notoriously woke publisher. I happen to know the general editor of Tor personally. I knew him like 30 years ago, and wow, kind of a perv. Okay. I won't talk about the Dohertys much. But anyway. Yeah. It was interesting. Okay, but the traditional publisher is not what it used to be. Really not. And especially the traditional publishing industry for science fiction and fantasy. It's not the same as it was like 30 years ago. So they're doing less work, taking more money, and it's it's just not a good thing anymore. So, and your chances of being published as a white male author now is almost zero in the traditional publishing for fiction. So, and they pretty much told me that straight up. So, you know, it's like, okay, I'd take your word for it. So this is why we chose the publishing route we did, and yeah, I think it's really exciting that we got this out. So, also want to highlight Mama's comment here. What was that now? Did you say that? Oh yeah, 12. Mama said, "Waiting for book 2 is killing me slowly, but I'm patient mostly." Well, thank you. I'm really glad you enjoyed book 1. Yeah, so for the rest of you who are not beta readers, we'll start once the first book is released. We'll start doing some slow rollout of some of the other stuff like the cover. We're expecting book 2 to come out in June or July. Okay? But that'll depend on how smoothly this one goes. If this one goes real smoothly, I'll at least know I've got the process of doing the book correctly in publication. I got a couple hard copies coming right now, and I should be able to check to see if everything looks good on the page. And if it looks good, then yeah, we might do a faster release cycle on the second. Okay, so let's kind of move on here. And we got the next one here from AT Ministries, who puts in the beta comment. Or sorry, not the beta comment. I got beta on the brain now. Member comment. Guess who finished the edits of his draft for beta readers tonight? Well, congratulations, AT. Looking forward to seeing it when it comes out. So, it's always an achievement to finish a book. You know, that alone sets you in the 1%. Only 1% of authors who set out to write a book actually finish it. Another 1% of those get it published. So, congratulations on finishing. That's really cool to hear. And that deserves a big round of applause. So, thank you for letting us know. And that is an impressive achievement. Okay. Next super chat here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Why do people trash on Leviticus? Each time I read it, I love it more and more. People have a kind of a hate relationship with say some of the later books of the Pentateuch. And I remember doing this too, and I've been guilty of this myself. I remember when I ran an adult Bible study, and I used to let the adult Bible study members decide what book to study. And they would, of course, waffle and vacillate. No one wanted to say what they wanted to study. So I said, okay, you know, if you don't come up with one, I'll pick, and it'll be the Book of Numbers. Boy, they picked awfully fast. Now, it was wrong to do that. It was wrong to do that, because Numbers is a fantastic book. But Numbers and Leviticus do have that reputation of being, say, these long, uninteresting books. So, yeah, I don't understand. I think a lot of people trash on Leviticus and Numbers because they don't understand it, really. They don't understand the context. They don't understand what's going on in them. And I think that's unfortunate because they're rich books. They're beautiful books. So, yeah, I agree with you. I love it. It really sort of frightens them of it. So they see a lot of laws and they see a lot of prohibitions and or slavery laws and that sort of thing, and they get sort of gun shy about it. So, or it rubs them the wrong way. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why people trash on Leviticus, but I think a lot of it comes out of, again, a misunderstanding of the text. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Tyler X09 for 199. Thank you for the super chat. How did the Egyptians view other nations' religions? It depended. Most of the time, the Egyptians were happy to include other people's religions into the pantheon. They did this with Nubian gods. They did this with Levantine gods. They did this with Libyan gods. Like, for example, Bes is not a native Egyptian deity. Bes was introduced into the pantheon during the Middle Kingdom. Okay, so Egyptians had no problem bringing gods in from other nations and incorporating it from their own religion. Now, there was an exception to this. Okay, the exception to this is exclusive deities. If a deity was absolutely exclusive of any other god, it was deprecated. Okay? So it had problems more with metaphysics underneath the deity than the deity itself. So if a deity was henotheistic or monotheistic, now that was a no starter for them. They wouldn't accept that. Okay? But if they were just deities, if they were part of a polytheistic pantheon, oh yeah. Yeah, bring them on. You know, the Egyptians incorporated Astarte, Resheph, and Baal into their ritual practice. As I said, Bes is not a native Egyptian deity, but he's incorporated into it. So they had no problem incorporating and syncretizing other religious systems, as long as it was compatible with the native polytheism. As long as it was compatible with the native polytheism, no problem. But if it wasn't compatible, then it was rejected. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Christian Theology and Apologetics for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, guess who this is? Hint, oh, Addison. Hey, Addison. Okay, I get it, Addison. Uh-huh. Okay, well, thank you for the super chat. I'm not sure what to make further than that, but hope it. Nice to see you. Okay, the next one here is from Matthew Harrell for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Falk family. Well, hi, Matthew Harrell. I'm very sorry for your loss. May God bless you always. Well, thank you for the condolences. We really appreciate it. We have been so grateful that we've had an outpouring of the community that's really been sympathetic to us. We really appreciate it. We did need the time off to sort of set things in order. And we appreciate the whole community's patience during this time. We so appreciate the prayers so very much. So thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. Matthew Harrell for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Why would the Romans want Jesus' bloody garment in Matthew 27:35? Okay, let's pull that up. I will explain it. Okay? An interesting question. Matthew 27, 35. Okay. And when they crucified him, they divided up his garments among them, casting lots. Okay. Now, there was there's a couple of things going on here, okay? Now, first of all, clothing was valuable. Very, very valuable back then. People didn't throw out clothing because it had a little bit of blood on it. Now, of course, this would not be ritually clean for a Jew, okay? But for a Roman, oh, he'd have no problems washing out the blood and reusing the garment. None at all. Okay? And this garment was a single piece. So it was valuable. It was worth serious money. There was also one point where Herod puts his robe on Jesus. I'm gonna ask where did that go, because that would also be cost some money. Okay? Herod's robe, yeah, that'd be worth a... You never made that connection, did you? Yeah, that's serious bucks. Okay? Serious bucks. So, yeah, they wanted that clothing. That clothing was valuable. Really, really valuable. You have to understand, too, that, like, for example, like a full body tunic. People would wear that for an entire year. People wore, essentially, these garments till they wore out. Okay? Yeah, then they had values as rags. Nobody threw out cloth. Nobody threw out cloth. Cloth was always valuable in the ancient world. This is also one of the reasons why we have so little of it, is because people used it till it completely wore out. It was useless for anything. Yeah, people throw out clothing today without any thought of it, but not back then. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, that's why they wanted it. Because it was worth money. A lot of money. As I said, a full-length tunic, serious cash. It was worth, essentially, it would keep you clothed. Yeah, it was worth 7 months' pay. So, yeah. But that robe, Herod's robe, oh.
Yeah, that was...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would have been worth... Yeah, the robe of a king would have been worth many denarii. Many, many denarii. Even his tunic would have been worth many denarii. Yeah. This would have been a huge... Yeah, they're not gambling for low stakes here. Okay? Now, they're not going to cut this thing. And that's one of the things that's interesting about the Romans when they draw the lots for this. Is when they're drawing the lots, you know, they don't want to cut this thing up, because it loses almost all its value if they cut it up. Then it is only rags at that point. It's worth a lot more in its whole state.
So only one person.
Yeah, this is why only one person would get each piece of clothing. Okay? And in verse 35 here is interesting here too, because it says here, they divided his garments among them, casting lots. Garments, plural. Okay? So there was more than one garment involved. And we know of at least two. His full body tunic, well, three actually. There would have been a set of underwear, which they probably didn't take. They might have, but at that point, it's not worth that one. It's not worth that much. But the underwear, and then the tunic, and then the robe. And that robe, serious cash. That's the prize. That's the most valuable document there. Or sorry, the most valuable garment is Herod's robe. And then the tunic, which is the second most valuable. And again, they drew lots. They drew lots. They cast lots for it. So the one guy didn't go away with everything, but they shared these garments among each other, as best as could be divided by lots. So somebody got a payday, essentially. So any blood on there, they would have washed out. So I hope that helps. Thank you for that super chat. Really interesting, though. Really interesting about that. Okay. Next one here is from Matthew Harrell for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that. What, you starting to pitch hit for Addison now? Mr. EC's not my hero. Okay. Nice try, though. Nice try. BC says, I'm pretty sure they took Harris Road off him. Oh, yeah, they did. But
it would be right.
It would be there. The soldiers would have it. Yeah. So the soldiers would have his garments. Because he's in Roman custody. He's in Roman custody. There's some Roman around there that has it. Okay. So thank you, Matthew Farrell, for that super chat. But not gonna say that. Okay. Andrew Graham asks a member question here. Hi, Doctor and Producer Falk. Is progressive Christianity really Christianity, or just another made-up version by those who have little biblical knowledge? I think it's the latter. I think it's a Christian moralism, which is not Christianity. Progressive Christianity is often subject to open theism, where, you basically see God as whoever you want it to be. It tends to follow currents of modern morality. It denies many of the essential tenets of Christianity, such as the importance of the crucifixion and the resurrection and the atonement of sins, because sin is not something that progressive Christianity really likes to talk about. It denies the finished work of Jesus Christ on the cross. So, if you deny that, you're denying Christianity. And I don't see how progressive Christianity is compatible with the historic Christian faith. So I think essentially the answer to that is no. It's not. Not Christianity. It denies the authority of the Bible. It denies the essential tenets of the Christian faith. It's not in any way Christian. The only connection progressive Christianity has to Christianity is they meet in a building like a church. That's it. That's its only similarity to the historic Christian faith, is they meet in a church. Well, a lot of cults meet in a church. And progressive Christianity is just another cult. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the member question. Really appreciate it. Okay, Mama for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Today is Milo's birthday. Happy birthday, Milo. Awesome. Did ancient Egyptians consider birthdays special? If so, how did they celebrate? No, they didn't celebrate birthdays as far as we know. They don't seem to have. We do see some celebration of birthdays later on in the classical period, in the Hellenistic period, but we don't see any in... The Egyptians weren't big on birthdays. They weren't big on birthdays. They weren't big on anniversaries. They were aware of how old they were. They did keep track of it, but they didn't seem to celebrate it. And I'm not sure why. It just doesn't... It seems to be that birthday celebrations are more of a modern thing, at least among peasants. Kings would celebrate these things a lot more. Okay? So the birth of a king might get a celebration, but peasants didn't seem to do this. So we don't have any records of a birthday celebration in ancient Egypt, at least as far as I know. So okay, yeah, okay, I haven't, we'll get to your question, Jimmy, in just a moment here. I see it here. Okay. So anyway, Mama, wish Milo a happy birthday if he's not listening right now. So Milo, happy birthday, and I hope it's a really good one. Okay, Jimmy the Jew asks a member question, and he says, can you go over the different chronological methods for dating each pharaoh's reign versus Hittite sack of Babylon I asked about earlier today? Thanks. Okay, we'll take this one. BC says, every birthday celebration in the Bible ended terribly. Yeah, it did kind of. But Milo's won't. It won't. We have evolved. We celebrate these birthdays nicely now. Okay. I don't know what you mean here by the sack of Babylon. The sack of Babylon, Hittite sack of Babylon happened during the old Bersili the First, I believe, and it was during the old Hittite Empire. Now, we don't know exactly when that sack of Babylon took place. At least I don't think I've got it registered here. Just take a quick look here at my chart. Babylon. Yeah, I think that happens at the end of Dynasty 1 or into Dynasty 2 of Babylon. Yeah, we're not really sure when that takes place. The part of our problem here is dating the old kingdom of the old Hittite kingdom is really uncertain. We don't have a king's list for the old kingdom of the old Hittite kingdom. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, we do. Sorry, I'll take that back. We do have a king list for them. Mersili the First dates to 1604 to 1545, and that is synchronized. Okay, I saw it. Take that all back. I do see the synchronism for this. Yeah, it's the end of Dynasty 1 of Babylon. It's and that conquest of Babylon by Mersili the First happens in 1589 BC. Okay. All right, so this is why we look things up. All right. Okay. Now, in the case of the Hittite sack of Babylon, our source for that, if I can find it here, is I took it out of Grayson 1975, page 156. So that's your old, that's your Babylonian documents there. Probably one of the, let me look up the exact document there. Grayson books. Near East. It's a Grayson. Okay, Grayson. Assyrian Babylonian Chronicles. 156. 156 is six. Right, it's Chronicle 21. All right, this is the synchronistic 56, sorry. Chronicle 20. Yeah, let me just make sure that's right. Should be right. Is that in the right book? Grayson, 1975, page 156. Is this 1975 one? Sure I got that right. That's that one. The 156. Nine. There's Naram Sin. $155. Okay, Rimsin, that's Hammurabi. Okay, the document is the Synchronistic Histories. Where's chapter 20 here? Begin. Chronicle of Early Babylon Kings, British Museum, 26472 and 96152 is the source. Okay. So it's essentially, these are chronicles that the Babylonians kept of their history. So that's where we got the record of, say, the conquest of Samsu Didana by Mursili I. Okay, so that's our source there for that particular conquest. Now, so when we talk about, say, methods for dating the kings of Egypt, there's a variety of methods that are used. We do have kings lists like Manetho, like the Turin Canon, but we also have other synchronisms, like, for example, the Amarna letters. We've got treaties. We've got like marriage treaties. There's even a couple royal gifts that have been found that tie two kings together. So, as far as the chronological methods, we've also got a lot of regnal years for each pharaoh's reign that come on wine dockets, inscriptions on tombs. Like, for example, some tomb might mention a king in his, he was governor in said king's 33rd year. That you get those two. So in that case, we know that said king reigned at least 33 years just because of that. Okay. So we have ways of confirming these sorts of different methods of reigning kings. In some ways, we actually have more methods of reigning Egyptian kings, or dating Egyptian kings, as far as how long they reigned, who was contemporary with them, than we do, say, with the Hittites. Sometimes the Hittites can be rather iffy as far as how long they reigned. Now, in the case of the Old Kingdom, we do have more, but in the case of Mursili I, his years have an error of plus or minus 20 years. So that's a 40-year span. Whereas some of the kings of Egypt, we can get down to plus or minus 5, even sometimes as low as plus or minus 2 years. So it depends upon which period you're talking about. It depends upon who is being involved here. Jimmy the Jew says, I wasn't clear. I meant the difference between archaeologists having different opinions on dating by year. Well, here's the thing, too. Chronology has changed so much in 10 years And a lot of archaeologists haven't kept up on it. It's a rapidly changing field. I mean, it's changed a lot in the last 10 years. It's changed a lot in the last 2 years. So, um, and it's one of those things where, you know, a lot of people are sort of beholden to whatever chronology they grew up with. So I think this is one of the dangers of chronology has always been a danger of chronology, is that, you know, like every other academic field, tradition plays a role in this. So a lot of, I mean, there's still archaeologists out there that are beholden to the high chronology of Egypt. And that's whacked. That's really whacked. But there's still archaeologists out there that think the Egyptian high chronology is it. And I mean, it's so bad. It's so bad that chronologists have abandoned it outright. But there's still archaeologists out there that still date their stuff using the high chronology. So, you know, you'll get archaeologists that are all over the map on dating. Jonathan Walker says, so archaeologists are holding to their consensuses of their day and not updating them. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. This is a big problem in chronology. Yeah. By the way, somebody asked earlier, Jonathan Walker asked, has your paper on the Groundhog chronology been published, released yet? No, it hasn't. I did hear from the editor today. I did send the wrong paper, so I had to re-upload it. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't either. He noticed it, so it's like, oh, sorry. A little distracted. Yeah, I've been a little distracted by family matters. So I uploaded him the wrong paper by mistake. But he asked today, and I uploaded him the right one, so... Yeah. Yeah, so he's not done yet with it. And it's got to go back to the peer reviewers anyway, so... Yeah, I know. Yeah, those... Yeah. The DBC says, I saw Lorenzo Nigro uses somewhat unique numbers for his chronology of the Egyptian kings. Yeah. Nigro's not a chronologist either, so I don't know what he's using for it. Darkblade adds, some young Earth creations have a high chronology in some areas and a mega low chronology in others. Yeah, that's true. Yesterday I saw Answers in Genesis articles saying the 8th dynasty of Egypt ended in 1233. Well, that's interesting. That's special. That's a Velikovsky kind of chronology. That's a revisionist chronology, and a lot of the young Earth guys love Velikovsky because he just crushes all the Velikovsky believed in the city-state theory, which is that every dynasty was its own city-state, so that they all overlapped. So that's how they get 30 dynasties compacted into 1,200 years. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's nuts. It's really nuts, so. Jonathan Walker, 8th dynasty in 1233 BC. Really? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They will go to extreme lengths to reduce the chronology. This is why they love David Rohl so much. You know, because Rohl was inspired by Velikovsky. And Velikovsky is one of those wacko. I mean, he's really fringe. He's really fringe. So, Jimmy the Jew, who has the most accurate dating, and can I have a source to read? This one's tough. Okay, this is tough because people don't tend to publish their chronologies anymore. Okay? So in some ways, finding a chronology that's published, that's current, is really hard. This is why we make Groundhog public. Okay? Because most of the really accurate ones, the ones that are done with computer analytics, don't end up getting published at all. So, but again, a lot of this is because it's changing so fast. I think once, this is one of the reasons why I want to do that. We're going to be doing a book on synchronisms, okay, for chronological work. And once we do that, we might start looking at doing a publication on this, okay? But with that said, it's the most accurate ones right now have not been widely published. Most of them now, the most accurate ones are already about 15 years old. So a lot of that is already woefully out of date. Woefully out of date. I mean, like this happened. This is how fast things change. Okay, let me give you an example of this. There was a really important volume done by Hornung, Warburton, and Krauss on ancient Egyptian chronology, and it was published in 2006. These guys did specific chapters on chronology, every aspect of Egyptian chronology. And at the very end of the book, they published their own chronology that the three of them, came together and agreed upon. 6 months after publication, the wine docket research for Horemheb came out and said, Horemheb didn't reign 21 years, he reigned 14. 6 months! 6 months, and that chronology was already obsolete.
Oh,
ouch!
that is sad.
Yeah, it was just like... yeah, apparently Hornon goes, oh crap. He just went, oh crap. And what else could you just say? But this is why people don't publish chronologies like they used to. BC legend has it they're still screaming. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's just... But, you know, when you talk about accuracy in a published work, it's really, really difficult to do. Now, Harry Stark says, are there any self-published options? No, there hasn't. But I have thought about doing this in a self-published for one reason. If you self-publish a chronology, you can also update it with revisions. You have a lot more flexibility to update with revisions. So I have been thinking about doing a published version of the Groundhog chronology that can then be later revised. So there'd be a version, a first edition, second edition, third editions, etc. Yeah. Mm-mm. Because here's the problem. The way traditional publishing works is they buy your manuscript, print 500 copies, and those copies sit on a shelf. Now, they do that, print that many copies because they get a discount. The more copies they print at once, the lower the cost. But they don't like having a product that's going to be obsolete on the shelf and no one's going to buy. But in the case of a self-published option, it's just-in-time printing. So there isn't that cost to do, say, revisions or new editions of it. So it is an option for us to do this as a self-publishing option. And it's something that I am considering doing. Okay?
I feel like it, though,
Well, you still would like it to be peer-reviewed, but, then you get somebody else to do that. You get your friends to do it. Okay. But going back to just the Hornung thing, 6 months and it's out of date already. This is what happens, okay, in chronology, because it is a fast-moving field. That's why people generally don't publish it anymore. At least don't publish it academically. So I hope that helps. Jimmy, thank you very much for the super chat or the member question. Really appreciate it. Jonathan Walker asks, does your chronology take into account the dating of sites with their plus or minus years like with radio dating? We do have error bars in there. They're asymmetrical error bars. So in the case of the calculations of the reigns of kings or sites or whatever, it does include errors in plus or minus. And those calculations are basically worked into the generation of the chronologies. So absolutely it does. We do use asymmetrical instead of mathematical error bars, and that's because, well, half a year doesn't make much of a sense in chronology. Okay, so we've got actually a reason, fully flushed reason, and that will come out in when the article's published too, our justification for that as well. But yes, we do have that. Okay. Hard Blade. If you do a book on synchronisms, there better be at least one example of a synchronism with the ancient Far East. Oh, okay. I'm not that familiar with the ancient Far East. Okay, so I'm not sure I could do that. Not very competently, anyway. That's outside of my wheelhouse. I think as far east as we go is Elam. So. Jimmy the Jew says, I have been trying to figure out why I saw so many different sets of dates, and one book I'm reading claims a bid date changing to try to match it to Exodus. Just need definitive list. Basically, I'll tell you this. Your most accurate chronologies are going to be the computer-generated ones. And the reason why is they are the least prone to human error. Mathematical error. Because the number of calculations to do a chronology is in the hundreds of thousands. It's that labor intensive if you do it correctly. If you don't do it correctly, then, well, people just free-will it. And this is what's called the dead reckoning method. Okay? Now, makes a big date, you can change to match it to the Exodus. Yeah, I wouldn't try to date something according to the Exodus. I would let the data show me when the date is. Yeah, so I think people make a lot of mistakes when they try to concordize, say, chronological science with, say, biblical what they think is biblical chronology, because the Bible does not present a chronology. And I think this is one of the mistakes. People tell me all the time that, does your matching match biblical chronology? It's like, okay, what biblical chronology? What are you talking about when you say biblical chronology? It's very... Because there's more than one biblical chronology. There's several. And I saw this so many times. I see this so many times, like, for example, with the birth of Abraham. A lot of people will go to Genesis chapter 11 and go, oh yeah, Abraham, Terah was 75 when Abraham was born. It's like, whoa, not so fast there. You look closely at, it's one of the most common mistakes I see in, quote, biblical chronologies. Because if you do the calculations from Genesis 12, you discover that Terah was 130, not 75, at the time Abraham was born. So it's like, okay, which chronology are you using here? So You see this too with how long were the Israelites in Egypt? You know, is it 400 years? Is it 430 years? Is it 350 years? Is it 215 years? Which set of numbers are you using? There isn't just one chronology. A lot of people, try to enter into this debate, often saying, "Oh, well," with a pious crud that, "Oh, we are going to be totally biblical here. None of that secular chronology science because it's evil, because it's secular. So we're going to use the one authoritative biblical chronology that was blessed by King James." It's like, okay. That should get you interesting results. Yeah. So, if you want the best scientific chronologies, you've got to go with the electronic ones, the computer generated ones. They're the most accurate by far. There isn't a lot of them out there. There's some though, and mine's not the only one out there, but those are the best ones. Everything else is sort of, well, kind of going to be off in some way. All right. Answering LDS. The King JP came down from heaven in a casserole dish. Ooh, yeah. Well, it's because it's Baptist, right? King James was a Baptist. He had to have his casseroles. Jimmy the Juice says, after reading Richard Elliott Freeman's comparison of archaeologists' opinions, I'm trying to read all the books and journals of all the opinions on Exodus, no matter how bad. My research books note sect. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of have to do that, don't you? And he finally adds, okay, thanks, and now I have a direction for my research. Well, I'm glad we could help. That's one of the things we try to do here is we try to help you find the answer yourself. Okay, so do feel free to reach out to us the next live stream if you need more assistance or an update, or give us an update. We'll do our best. Okay, so thank you very much for the member question, and we hope that was helpful. Next one here is from the Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Is there Christological development in the Gospels? That's going to depend on who you ask. I do think there's Christology in the Gospels. I think all 4 Gospels demonstrate a high Christology. But with a high Christology, Christological development is more of revelation. And what I mean there is that it's an unveiling of high Christology. Okay? Those who take, say, a low Christological approach are going to see Christological development as the Gospels showing Christ becoming like God. It's a very different point of view. So, your perspective on this is going to depend if you believe in a high Christology versus a low Christology. And I don't accept the low Christology. So for me, Christological development in the Gospels is more about unveiling the Christ and who he is. And it's characterized by the question that Christ asks Peter, "Who do you say that I am?" And Peter says, "You are the Christ." Well, you're going to find out what that means as the Gospel progresses. So is there Christological development in the Gospels? Yes, there is. But what that means is, that word development means is going to depend upon your Christological perspective. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate that. Vermin Trash Rat for $2. He asks, have you heard of the Dead South? If so, thoughts? No. I'm not familiar with that. Did you know what that is?
I meant to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean by this. If you've got an update in, if anyone knows what he means, please let me know. I'm not sure what he's talking about here. Okay, So sorry, but I don't think I can answer this because I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Thank you very much for this super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Haystack. He said Haystack says I love the Dead. Oh, Jonathan Walker says the Dead South is a folk bluegrass musical ensemble based in Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada. No, I've never heard them. Yeah, I don't know who they are. Um, yeah, don't know. It's a Haystack says it's a band out of Canada. Yeah, I don't listen to much Canadian music. I mean, my taste in Canadian music is basically the Northern Pikes. Okay, that was my taste in Canadian music. A bit of Rush, but okay, darker theme sounds catchy, interesting. Okay, maybe I'll have a look for them, but no, I've never heard of them. So,
we learn stuff here.
Yeah, we learned stuff here too. Okay, Matthew Harrell for $4.99. Oh, come on. uh, you're not going to be the next Addison, okay? We're not going to do that.
He did adjust it
to. No, we're not going to do the show earlier. We tried. Okay, look, we he wants me to promise that I'll do the show earlier in the day from now on. Yeah, you know what? That's we tried a few times to go a bit earlier on the show, and because a lot of our demographic, our regular video demographics, like most of the people who watch our Monday videos, they tend to be in the Eastern United States. Okay, so we thought that, okay, we're going to start earlier in the day to accommodate to the Eastern United States. And we did that for a while, and nobody showed. Nobody showed. And I think there's more involved than just when people are awake. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, Slammer, I get it. This is late for us, too. Okay? Now, we started it late because I was doing the work working, holding a day job, so I could only do it at night. But now that I'm not holding a day job, we had at one point considered doing it earlier. But one of the things we really discovered is, a show like this, where we're answering people's questions and going off on quirky tangents, seems to fit more with like a midnight talk show, a late night radio talk show. You know, where you're talking about ancient aliens and pyramids and mummies and and goofy stuff. Like is a taco a sandwich, you know? Important stuff like that. You know, that's the sort of thing that we talk about on these live streams. So I think those topics seem to resonate more with a midnight crowd, a late night crowd, than they do with an early afternoon crowd. So, as I said, even though most of our Monday viewers are on the East Coast, most of our live stream viewers are night owls. So this is why we're probably not going to change the time of day. It's just that we've tried a couple times to do it. Nobody came, and if nobody comes, it's not worth it for us to go earlier. So, sorry, Slade. Sorry, Talbot. He says this show time is messing up my dating life. Hey, at least you have a dating life. Yeah, okay. I mean, we get We get it. Friday night is not convenient for everyone. Okay, we totally get that. Okay, but as I said, we tried to do it earlier and couldn't get anyone to show up. So we even took a poll. We even took a poll to say, hey, we'll give you a choice of when to do it. And then we got a consensus, and so we started 2 hours earlier, and we got like a third of the viewers. We tried that for about 4 weeks, and it's like, okay, nuts to this. No one's, no one is coming. So, we tried the experiment, didn't work out, so we went back to the old time. So, Talbot Slade, easy. Change your status to it's complicated like chronology. Ooh. TBD at Talbot Slade. This is a great date night, though. We have heard of people doing that. Ooh. Oh, we have heard of people using this as their date night. Diane Loftus says, yeah, it's better late. It is. It's a lot more relaxed. Yeah, it's a lot more relaxed. We can get silly. It's just, and we enjoy the community. We enjoy the experience a lot more when we do it late at night. And it's just, it just fits our personalities a lot better too. And again, as I said, the format is one that is more congruent with, say, late night radio. So, okay. Let's go on to the next super chat here. Next one, answering LDS for 199. Steelman Isaiah 53 not being about Christ. I wish you'd been a little more specific about that, but let's go to Isaiah here. This is the suffering servant passage, I believe. And it's pretty long, so we're not going to get into it. But I've heard rabbis talk about this is not, they will make the they'll try to make the apologetic that this is not talking about Christ, but talking about, say, the king, the nation of Israel, being the suffering servant for the Jewish people, and the one sort of, what was it now? Let me see if I can find that where it's pierced. Here. Yeah, the whole verse 5. I've heard this argument made for verse 5. Where it says, but he was crushed for our transgressions. He was crushed, he was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. The chastening of our well-being fell upon him. By his scourging we are healed. There is some translations that talk about, translate pierced as lion. And the idea that he was a lion for our transgressions or something like that. And I don't remember the details of this. It is kind of weird. And it just doesn't make sense with the rest of the passage. Like verse 4, surely our griefs he bore ourselves. Our sorrows he carried. Yet ourselves we esteem him stricken, smitten by God, and afflicted. And then he was a lion for our transgressions. It just, there's some really offbeat interpretations of this that try to just go, try to strain the gnat to try to say that this is not a messianic prophecy. I don't think it works. I would have an incredibly hard time steel manning this with a straight face. Okay. It just so for me it's just I can't credibly do it. There's just too much here that's messianic, that's that just sort of makes steel manning this not about Christ to lose credibility in my mind. So sorry, I can't really do that. I just find that some of these arguments I can't steel man as much as I would love to. But yeah, I've seen a couple of ways people have tried to justify it, but I just can't do it. So there you go. PC 144 FM Elect Radio presents Late Night Folk. Yeah, just soothing funky FM radio. Do you have insomnia? You need to listen to FM radio. FM folk radio. Okay, let's get down to the super chats. Okay, Tom Wanchek asks a member question here. Could Elizabeth have taken the Nazirite vow for John the Baptist such that he couldn't be a priest like his dad? Maybe this shocked Zechariah into silence. I don't think so. I don't think there are any female Nazirites, and I think that's the problem with being one of the things about being a Nazirite is one has to be consistently ritually pure. And women are not consistently ritually pure because they go through a monthly cycle. So I think being a Nazirite is something that's restricted to women or to men only, just by that definition. I've never heard of a woman Nazirite. That would be quite unusual. So I don't think it's something that's really credible that Elizabeth could have taken the Nazirite. And even if she had taken the Nazirite vow, I mean, she can dedicate John as a Nazirite. That she could do, if that's what you mean as taking a Nazirite vow. So that's possible. That's possible. That she dedicated him as a Nazirite. Parents did do that sometimes, where they would take their children and dedicate them as a Nazirite. But either parent could have done that. Elizabeth could have done that, and so could have Zechariah. He could have done it. But I would need to look at the passages more closely to make any determination there. So it depends on what you mean by taking a vow, Nazirite vow. Okay. She wouldn't be taking the vow herself, and maybe that's where the confusion lies, is he wouldn't be taking the vow himself. She would be taking the vow herself, but dedicating him as a Nazirite. So she's gifting him as a Nazirite. So that's sort of the difference there. So maybe it's just wording here that I got confused with, but anyway, possible. I mean, it's possible that she did dedicate him as a Nazirite, but she wouldn't be taking the vow. Okay, so in fact, in the case where a child is dedicated as a Nazirite, nobody takes a vow. Not really. So it's not like your typical Nazirite situation where it's voluntary. A voluntary Nazirite has to take a vow. A dedicated Nazirite doesn't. He's just made a Nazirite. Samson was just made a Nazirite. He definitely didn't take a vow. So To be dedicated as a Nazirite is not the same as taking a vow as a Nazirite. So, there's a slight difference there. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the member question. Really appreciate it. Okay, Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. With God hovering over the waters, Genesis 1:2, and the expanse being called the heavens, Genesis 1:8. Not so sure about that. Okay, let's go to the text here. Is God above God's abode above the waters or part of the expanse? Okay, let's walk through this because I think there's some issues here. Okay. Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was formless and void, and the darkness was over the face of the deep, and the Spirit was moving over the face of the waters, surface of the waters. Okay, so there's your first bit, over the surface of the waters, literally the face of the waters. In verse 8, and God called the expanse heaven. Okay, and there was evening and there was morning, a second day. Okay. Now, the whole idea of the expanse is kind of a tricky thing anyway. The expanse is called the Rakia, and modern translations will call this expanse or sometimes sky or whatever. The idea of the Rakia is a bit more complicated than that, though. The problem with the Rakia is it's often connotated with what's sometimes termed the celestial ocean. And you see this a lot in, say, Second Temple literature, where they'll talk about the Rakia being the waters above the sky. Basically, the literal ocean. You got the ocean in the sea, and then you got an ocean in the heaven. Okay? So when we talk about, what's God's abode, it's going to do this in really cosmological terms, cosmographic terms. And it's not meant to be taken literally. It's analogical language. So they're going to the Israelites are going to view the sky as a kind of ocean. And why not? It's blue. And water falls down from it. It makes sense. Okay? So then in Genesis 1 here, God is separating the waters from the waters. Okay? And when we look at the sequence here, and it starts in verse 6. Let God, and God said, and the Spirit is hovering over the waters. Okay? So he's already above the waters. Let there be a rakia, an ocean, in the midst of the waters. And let it separate the waters from the waters. Okay? So you got that sort of expanse. Okay? So he's separating out waters into two rekia. One water, set of waters, becomes two rekia. Two sets of expanses of waters. And God made the expanse and separated the waters which were below the expanse from the waters which were above the expanse. Okay, so there's kind of the idea of there being a sky there. And as I said, traditional Jewish interpretation will see the Rekia as an ocean of itself. So then God called the expanse heaven, and there was evening and the morning, the second day. Verse 9, then God said, let the waters below the heavens be gathered in one place, and let the dry land appear. That's going to be your oceans. Okay, so you're going to have that issue here of where's God's abode in all this. Well, the problem is God's abode is a spiritual realm. It's not part of the 6 days of creation. It's something else. Okay? So when you do have that separation of waters, where you've got, say, say, the waters of the ocean, the air, and then the heavens, the sky, the place where the stars and the planets are. Okay, it's really not including the spiritual realm where God actually has his abode. Okay, so and this is again going to be God's in creation at this point. He's immanent in creation as he does this creative act, and then he becomes transcendent from it. So, is God's abode above the waters or part of the expanse? It's kind of the wrong question. It's like, well, his spirit is above the waters for the first act of creation. Where is he after that? Wherever he wants to be. We don't have a good sense of where God is after that. It's only before the waters are separated that we get a location. After that, it doesn't say. Other than he's supervising this act of creation. And again, it's Genesis 1 to 11 is setting out basically a cosmographic temple. God's organizing his creation in terms of sacred space, temple ritual, and all that good stuff. That's going to be later on provide justification for doing the tabernacle in the temple. So I hope that helps. That's the best that we can explain it. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, Jonathan Rucker for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Do you find it interesting that creation account doesn't explicitly mention spiritual realm and entities like other religions? It seems to mention other things that can be seen with their own eyes. That's because it's using analogical language, but it does mention it. Just not explicitly and not in the way you typically think. Where you find it first mentioned is actually in, let's see here. Where you first find it mentioned explicitly, not implicitly. The first place you're going to see it is actually when it talks about the stars in verse 16. That's going to be the first thing. And that's because Kokavim were the stars were sometimes associated with spiritual beings, okay? So that's going to be the first implicit mention of it. But the second place you're going to see this, and where it's said, where it's explicitly mentioned, is actually in Genesis 2, verse 1. Thus the heavens and the earth were completed, and all their hosts. Okay, this is Savaot. It's the word for armies. Okay, and the implication here is the heavenly armies, the angels. Okay, so there does seem to be, at least recognition that the spirit realm is already made by Genesis 2:1. Now, that's going to raise an interesting question. Since Genesis 1:1, or chapter 1, doesn't talk about the spirit realm or entities, but Genesis 2:1 does, where does this fit into the created order? Okay. Well, a lot of it is going to depend upon how you take Genesis 1. Okay. Now, if you take Genesis 1, and particularly Genesis 1:1, okay, and 1:2, are you going to take this as the idea of that all creation begins at Genesis 1:2? Okay. you're going to run into a certain problem. Is Genesis 1:1 a title, or is it a creative act? Here's going to be the problem. If you take Genesis 1:1 as a creative act, you're then going to get a duplication of the stars in day 4. Okay, so he creates the stars in Genesis 1:1, which is basically what the heavens are, and then you're going to have to create the stars again in day 4. And a lot of young Earth creationists want their cake and eat it too, right about here. They want to both say it's a title and it's a creative act. Can't have it both ways. It's one or the other. It's not both. Because they mutually are mutually exclusive definitions. Okay. Now, if there is a title, which probably it is, then there's the implication that there was two creations. A presumptive creation and a resumptive creation. Now, what do I mean by that? Okay. With a presumptive creation, there's a creation that happens before Genesis 1:2, where the universe is stretched out. And that's used, that verse is repeated many, many times, like 9 times in the Old Testament. More than any other creation verse. It's repeated consistently. But there's then a resumptive creation. There's a presumptive creation for the universe as a whole. And there's a resumptive creation where creation is picked up again. Okay, that's what we mean by resumptive. Presumptive is a creation that's presumed by the text. A resumptive creation is a creation where God picks up from where he left off to complete it. So then Genesis 1 is God completing the creative act, resuming his creation. So in that particular scenario, then, the spirit realm is part of the presumptive creation, but not the resumptive creation. This is why then it's not mentioned in Genesis 1, even though it's mentioned in Genesis 2:1. So I think this idea of the presumptive and resumptive creation is probably the best explanation of, well, where did the spirit realm come from? What counts for the all the spirit critters that are running around, like angels, cherubim, seraphim, primordial deities, watchers, all the chaos monsters, all of these things. All of these spirit critters that are running around, I think are best explained through a resumptive creation. I think you have some problems explaining things like the spirit world if you use a Genesis 1:1 as a creative act, and then try to shoehorn the spirit world into that. So, Jonathan Walker says, Job does mention how the morning stars were there at the creation of the earth. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's not.
Yeah. My producer says this puts an entirely different spin on this, which is not usually addressed. And she's right. She's right. I think the only way to make consistent sense of the creation, all the creation passages, is to resort to this rubric of a presumptive and resumptive creation. I think it's the only way to do it.
It doesn't actually settle young Earth.
No, it doesn't settle young Earth, old Earth, but
there could have been this presumptive creation, and you
Yeah.
have Earth being created in 6 years.
Yeah.
That's not.
Yeah, it doesn't resolve the dating issue for the universe. But it does show that there's more to this creation than just the simple 6 days. There's more to it than that. And again, I think this is the reason why, say, Genesis 1, when it launches into the creation, starts with planet Earth. It starts with planet Earth. And it assumes that the stars are already there, that there was already a heavens. So anyway, I hope that helps, Jonathan. Really appreciate that. It's a great question, and I think more people do need to ask that. And I think this is one of the things. I'm going to rant for a moment here. I think when people talk about creation, they get really, really wrapped up in things such as science, dating, trying to make Genesis compatible with science, and I think that's really wrong-headed. I think there are higher questions you can ask the text here than are just laid out by just these sort of surface questions. People aren't asking deep enough questions of the text. They're not challenging the text enough. What I mean is, I'm not saying that you need to be skeptical of the text. I'm saying there's stuff in there that can be mined. It's got a lot of information there that's just, you can just look at and go deeper on. And I think we don't do enough to do that. Even just asking the question, what is the morality of creation? Because when we look at Genesis 1 here, God's creation is presented in ethical terms. Like, for example, verse 4, God saw the light was good. Okay. And then at the very end of creation, of the 6 days, verse 31, and God saw that all he made, and behold, it was very good. So we get this transition from good to very good. That's sort of almost in a sense suggests that the presumptive creation was audiophron. That it was sort of morally neutral. And God is creating goodness out of moral neutrality. So I think that's a really, really interesting observation that very few people have made of the text. Almost nobody, as far as I know, has ever observed that. Yes, they'll observe that it goes from good to very good, but if you've got a presumptive creation, you're going from morally neutral or neutral good to very good. There's a progression of perfection that's happening that is still not achieved yet. And God is working through the creation to achieve perfection. So yeah, there's a lot more that can be said about creation that hasn't been said, that people have not engaged the text enough because they get distracted by these sort of side issues, these issues that generate more heat than light.
We have come so far, but we need to be very humble. That doesn't think.
Oh yeah, science is a long ways from still figuring this out. Yeah. I mean, science still can't figure out why galaxies rotate faster on the outside than the inside. The outer arms of galaxies move a lot faster than the internal structures of galaxies. Nobody knows why. Because it's counterintuitive to the laws of momentum. In most vortices, the inside moves faster than the outside. SDRC 92126. The story so far. In the beginning, the universe was created. This has made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move. Well. Yeah, probably. Jonathan Walker, well, yeah, the atmosphere, continental drifts, solar systems are pretty figured out. No. Yes and no. Continental drift, yeah, sure. Atmosphere, yeah, sure. Solar systems are still kind of a mystery. Why does I think it's either Neptune or Uranus? Why does it have a retrograde rotation? Nobody knows. They believe it has something to do with the way it was formed, but nobody knows why. Why an asteroid belt? Why in that orbit there should be a planet? Why is there an asteroid belt there? Nobody knows. You know, there's a lot of mystery still just in the solar system. You know, why do we have an oddball star? Why does the star throw off huge amounts of neutrinos? Our star produces a lot more neutrinos than it should for a star of its size. Why? Nobody knows. You know, how do we account for dark matter and dark energy? Does it even exist, or is it just an illusion? Nobody knows. Dark Blade goes, Uranus spins on its side, it's Venus that spins retrograde. Okay. Both are believed to be results of early collisions with giant spacewalk. Yeah, but we don't know. That's a nice theory. Maybe it's true, maybe it isn't. You know?
We should be very...
Yeah. We should be humble about this because we don't know. We gotta guess.
With science, we
Jimmy says they think a star passed through our galaxy or solar system, or Uranus was hit by something huge. Those are the two I've seen recently. Also, they predicted the star passed 150 astronomical units from us. Yeah, but you know what? They've done calculations of this too. It was a very interesting calculations with what happens if a sun passes through a solar system. It strips apart all the planets. One of the things we could do now that we weren't able to do, say, you know, even 20 years ago, is simulate the solar system. There are solar system simulators now that show us what happens when certain astronomical bodies pass through. And one of the things that they did is able to show is, well, you know, if you get a star passing through the solar system, it messes everything up. It strips all the planets, their moons, pulls them out of orbit. It just... a star passing through makes just a mess of a solar system. There's even one experiment I saw where somebody did a bright star 1,000 astronomical units away. And this really bright star, 1,000 astronomical units, you wouldn't think it'd have much effect on us. It would wipe out all life. It would strip every planet of its atmosphere. So if a star did pass through the solar system, it wouldn't. It could not even be the size of Jupiter without wreaking havoc on things. So, yeah, it's just Cooley27 says we've gone around the galaxy about 16 to 20 times without getting destroyed. Incredible. Yeah, it is incredible. The fact is that things passing through our solar system are very rare events anyway. You know, they don't happen very often. It's only recently that we've found 2 objects now that have actually passed through the solar system. And they're just meteors. Basically small asteroids. And we panic every time. Yeah, that too. Yeah, but, you know, you get something as big as Jupiter passing through our solar system, it just wreaks havoc on the orbits of everything. So, yeah, we're a long ways. We're a long ways of knowing why our solar system formed the way it did. Long ways. I'll take this chronology question here, even though it doesn't have a Q and a colon in it. Next, DBC, next time you want your question answered, do put a Q and a colon in front of it, okay? I just happened to see this, so you lucked out. How accurate is it to use lunar solar chronology and calendars? depends on the calendar. It's all going to boil down to how are they doing intercalation. The more accurate the intercalation, the more accurate the calendar. So if the intercalation is good, it's a perfectly acceptable calendar. But some lunar-solar calendars have difficulties. And some will lose dates over time. So it's just one of those things that there has to be a way to intercalate it in order to keep it in sync. As long as your intercalation is in sync, it can be reasonable to use a lunar-solar calendar. But again, it's going to depend. Like for example, the Hebrew calendar uses a leap month called Second Adar, and they've got a specific formula for this. But occasionally they have to tweak that too. So it all's going to come down to intercalation. All those calendars every calendar on the planet is going to have to be brought back into sync using intercalation. So, and intercalation is basically how do you get the year in sync with the sun. This is why we have leap years, leap minutes, and leap seconds, is to compensate for that intercalation. The calendar being out of sync with the actual length of the solar year. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for that question. All right, next question here is from Algut Robertson for 50 Swedish kroner. What is theology behind criminals be buried in non-blessed ground and good Christians be blessed ground around the church? That's going to depend entirely upon denomination. Every denomination is going to have different rules on this. Some cemeteries around churches had essentially open burials, where it didn't matter who you were. So it's really going to really depend. Yeah, a lot of this was economic too. So
if you were rich,
yeah,
no matter how corrupt you were, very near.
Yeah, I mean, if you were really rich, as my producer said, you could be buried near the church, despite your crimes. Okay? So, it's all going to depend on which church it is, what's their policy, how much they'll overlook for large gifts and endowments to the pastor, that sort of thing. It's sad, but it is the reality of this too. So, as I say, a lot is just going to depend on policy, and frankly, these days too, it's pretty rare that you'll find an active church anymore that still buries people in the courtyard. It's just not done much anymore. Churches no longer seem to have their own graveyards. It was something, yeah, bribery, exactly, yeah. Yeah, no, but it is a part of this, So please be honestly recognize it. So, but again, it's going to depend upon their particular rules. There's some churches still where if they have a private cemetery on the church grounds, you can't be buried there if you have a tattoo. There's still churches out there like that. So, I've even heard of some where if you've had an autopsy, they won't bury you. Yeah, some of the Jewish ones. It's some of the Jewish cemeteries. If you've had an autopsy, they won't bury you. So, again, it's really going to depend. Really going to depend upon what religious sect you're involved with. And policies here are just across the board. Just across the board. So, it's not something that's official to Christian teaching, or church teaching as a whole. It's denominationally dependent. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Normal Man for 20 Canadian. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, what are some details in the Bible that surprise you upon rereading? I've read almost to the end of Numbers, and I was surprised how many by how the tribe of Judah is the largest contingent in both census and numbers. Yeah, it is. There's some very interesting details that you will pick up over the Bible the more you read it. I mean, we've read it every time. Like, for example, there was one section where, it talked about the Israelites loving their raisin cakes. And I just remember this off the top of my head, and it's just like, oh yeah, Egyptians had raisin cakes. You dry your raisins and you press them together, and it was an offering used in pagan rituals. So it was a synonym for paganism, and but I remember that because I've seen raisin cakes being referenced in Egyptian literature. So that whole idea of raisin cakes being used in the Bible, I remember reading that detail and going, ooh, wow, that's something that's used across the Near East. So, but yeah, you get the more you read the Bible, the more you start picking up on these little details, and you do see them everywhere. Darkblade. Dr. Falk claims he finds something new every time he opens the Bible. I once held him to that by sending him to Isaiah 3. Yeah, I think that was the rice cake. Wasn't that the rice cake one? Yeah. I want to look it up. I think that was... Because I don't remember what the passage was, where it was, but yeah. Hosea 3. Yeah, it was the raisin cake. This is the raisin cake passage. 3:1, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it says, Then the Lord said to me, Go again, love a woman who is loved by her husband, yet another adulteress, even as the Lord loves the sons of Israel, though they turn to other gods and love raisin cakes. Yep. Yep, that's it. Oh, this one's interesting too. Just the very next one here. So I bought her for myself for 15 shekels of silver and a homer and a half of barley. Ooh. So he bought her as a concubine and made her his wife. That's the concubine's price. Interesting. And the reason we know this is a slave is worth, at this point in time, 30 shekels of silver. That's the going rate for a slave at this point. 30 shekels of silver. Okay? So, he's paid half of the price of a man, which is the cost of a concubine. So, she sold herself into slavery by becoming an adulteress. And he buys her for 15 shekels of silver. Very interesting number there. Yeah. And here's another one. Verse 4. For the sons of Israel will remain for many days without king or priest, without sacrifice or pillar. That word for pillar is matzebot. That term matzebot refers to a standing stela. And it says without ephod or household idols. What's interesting about this is matzebot are outlawed in Sinai Covenant. You're not allowed to have matzebot. These are standing stela. And for some reason, the Israelites were not allowed to have standing stelae, which is really unfortunate because a lot of information comes from standing stelae. A lot of our information of Egypt comes from these what they call standing stelae. They call them matzebot, and I really wish translations would translate matzebot as stelae, because that's what they really are. They're not pillars. A lot of people confuse that for like columns in a building.
It really needs to be.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of these traditional translations that need to be corrected so badly. But I also understand too the problem of being a translator. Because people will get on your case in such a bad way. if you depart from, say, a traditional reading. So, but yeah, there's one more there about the Matsu. Now, are these the household items? Are they the teraphim? Yes, they are. Okay, now that one's interesting too. This one right here. It's called household items. These are teraphim. What's a teraphim? It's a prawn idol. Okay. Some of these have been found. They're usually these little clay idols. Oh, they're about yay big, with a big sausage. Enough said. Those are teraphim. They are fertility idols. Okay. Okay. But yeah, they found a number of these have been found in Israel. We know, for example, these were probably similar to the idols that Laban had. Well, when I talked about the household gods that Rachel stole from Laban, that's the sort of action. Thank you, AK, for action figure. Yeah, action figures that. I like that euphemism. Yep.
BC.
BC. I fell asleep and came back at just the right time. Well, there's a reason why these broadcasts are adult only. At least supposed to be. Yeah. But Milcom also. Saul's daughter. She had teraphim too. Or Michal, sorry, Michal. Michal, Saul's daughter that had been married to David, she had a collection of teraphim. So, a lot of Israelites had this. And they were a kind of fertility idol. So, there's some more stuff that will surprise you out of Hosea chapter 3. Thank you, Normal Melon, for that generous super chat, but you might have gotten more here than you paid for. All right. So, let's move on. Jonathan Walker for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Could I think, okay. Ur-Kasdim be one redaction by scribes? I don't know if it's a redaction or an error. It could be either. Now he's talking about Ur-Kasdim, which is the is what's written in the Nazirite text for Ur of the Chaldees. Kasdim is the Hebrew word for Chaldees. Ur is like the city of Ur. Okay? Now, there's a number of ways this could have happened. Like, for example, an aleph could have been dropped out between the sheen and the dalet. That's a possibility. So that Kash Kashidom or Kash Aram might have been condensed into Ur-Kasdim. So that it could be error. It could have been just Ur-Kesh, and they didn't know where Ur-Kesh was anymore. But they figured, okay, we can amend this to Ur-Kasdim. It's possible. It could have been a mistake. It could have been an emendation. I would be reticent to call it a redaction. Because a redaction implies an intentional change. An intentional change that was meant to alter the content of the text. I don't get the sense that they're trying to alter the text by that, but maybe fix it. Maybe, I mean, it's possible that the scribes thought that well, we have Urkesh here. It must have been Urkeshdim, because it doesn't make any sense otherwise. So that's an emendation. That's not a redaction. Okay, a redaction is when you try to intentionally change the text. Okay, like for example, I'll give you an example of one purported redaction by early Exodus daters. Okay, when they talk about Pi-Ramesses, the city of Ramses, early Exodus daters will often say, well, it didn't originally say Ramses. It was redacted. It used to say, the text used to say Avaris, but it was redacted by scribes to say Ramses. Okay? That's an example of a redaction, when you're trying to intentionally change the text later on. Urkeshdim would not be a redaction. Okay, not in the conventional sense of the term redaction. It could be an emendation, attempt to correct the text. It could be a scribal misspelling, where they're copying one text to the other and they just he read Urkesh and wrote Urkeshdim. So that scribal errors through that method often happen too. So, or it read Urkesh Aram and the scribe misread it. And we do find often that Dalits and Rashas were often confused when transcribing texts, when copying texts. So such a thing would not be out of the realm of possibility either. Okay, so there's many, many possible solutions to this problem, but I'm not sure that... Jonathan Walker asks, well, what goal exactly would a scribe have to change Avaris to Ramses? Oh. Well, they would claim that the scribes, they're in the early Exodus date, Moses writes his thing in 1406, and 200 years later, some scribe comes along and says, well, I don't know what this Avaris thing is, so we'll just change it to Ramses, which to make it more consistent with what we know of the area. So it'd be an attempt to update the text. The problem is, though, when the early Exodus daters start doing this, they have to start changing a whole lot more. Because they have to change Pithom, they have to change Migdol, they have to change Balsaphon, Pi-Hahirot, and then they have to change who burned down Hatzor. It gets really hairy when you start doing this. This is why I've never been a fan of redaction criticism. I've never been a fan of redaction criticism, because when you start looking at how things are, quote, redacted, it makes a mess of the text. It turns the text in from what it was intended to be written to sort of this kind of pig's breakfast to serve an ideological goal. And I just yeah. Question from Darkblade here for the early Exodus date redaction theory. Is there any idea what Avaris would even look like in biblical Hebrew or Amorite? Yeah, there would be. You'll often see them call it Peru Nefer, but it really wasn't called Peru Nefer. It was called what's it called now? Off the top of my, what's it called again? I mean, what is it? It's something like the Two Gates or something like that, or Ha'at Werit. Yeah, okay. Basically, so it's Ha'at Werit. Ha'at Werit. Basically, the great now The Great Estate. The Great Estate. Ha'ut Weret. So, so that's it. It would take on more that sort of connotation. But there's no way you could get um um Ramses out of how wear it. It's just they're two different sets of consonants. Rauti, yeah, that's Rauti where it, the doors of the two roads. I've seen that used too. Yeah, Teledaba, Jonathan Walker, yeah. Yeah, there's not a good way of etymologically connecting Avaris to Ramses. Okay. The other one is Pithom as well. Pithom prior to Ramses II was named Cheku. Okay, now that one I know off the top of my head. Cheku is Cheku was the name of the city prior to his being renamed by Ramses II. So again, you can't get Cheku Pithom out of Cheku. There's just no way to do it. Okay. So yeah, it's a stretch. It really is a stretch. So but the bigger stretches is like there's like verses where it talks about the Israelites being cornered between Migdol, Baal-Zephon, Piharot, and the sea. Well, those cities did not exist in 1446. Those towns don't exist in 1446. How does that sentence exist? How do you redact a sentence where none of the places exist? I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. Their whole reaction theory here their whole redaction theory here doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't make any sense at all. So I just say it's a theory. I don't get it. I don't get how they got from A to B. But for them, they don't care how they got from A to B. They just have to find a plausible way of explaining it to their own guys, why the Exodus route mentions these Ramesside names. And for them, that's enough. Courtney Thompson says Pithomt Piatum. Yeah, it's Pertum. Okay, so it's Pitum. It's Pitum in the Egyptian, or Pitem. Okay, and we do have it's in some of the Anastasia papyruses it's just called Tem, or the House of Tem, Pertem. Okay. Goshen. Goshen seems to be the region around Avaris and Ramses. I don't think Goshen overlaps with Cheku. But it's definitely not over. We do find Goshen in the Egyptian text. It's Gesem. Okay, so that one we find in the Egyptian texts. So that one is probably pretty old. But Cheku itself, there's no overlap with Cheku as far as regionally or phonetically. So I don't get it either. So yeah. Yeah, Courtney says Pithom Paratum. The A there is added. Okay, it's added in our English translation. It's actually Pertum, but that's okay. I wouldn't expect you to know that. All right, but that's where we get Pithom from. Is Pitum, because the pair. What happens is the final R in pair drops out. It sort of drops out in the pronunciation of that final R drops out in in late Egyptian, and becomes a P. And that's where we get Pitem. Pitem, Pithom. Jonathan Walker goes, did you say Goshen is Gesem? Yeah. Yeah, it's Gesem. And you'll find it in, I think it's Papyrus Anastasi 5. I believe that's where you'll find it. Okay. Oh, let's get back to the super chats. I think we're almost at the end, and we're after midnight already, so... Yeah, we need to be... BC for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. If a self-identified Christian scholar refuses to publicly confirm a belief that Christ rose from the dead, should we even consider them Christian? No. No. If a self-identified Christian scholar refuses to publicly confirm belief that Jesus Christ rose from the dead, he's not a Christian. That's the essence of being Christian, is you are making a public proclamation that Jesus was crucified, died for our sins, and rose again from the dead. Yeah, he could still be a scholar, but he wouldn't be a Christian. Yeah, you know, I have no problem admitting it. I think Jesus Christ rose from the dead. No problem admitting it at all. It's the essential tenet of the Christian faith. If you don't believe that, you're not a Christian. You're something else. You could be spiritual. You could be a docetist, but you're not a Christian. All right. Go on here to the next one. We're getting close to the end anyway, so... which is a good thing. Okay, Havandra da Costa for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Deuteronomy 22, 28 to 29 verses 22, 25 to 26. That's not a question. What are you asking? Yeah, if you're going to ask a question, you do need to ask a question. Because I can't read your mind as to what you're thinking about this, all right? What I'll do is this, though. I will just read the text. Okay? So, 22. And we'll start with 25 to 26. Because I don't know where you're going with this. All right. And 25 says, but if a man... if in the field the man finds a girl who is engaged, and the man forces her and lies with her, then only the man who lies with her shall die. Okay? But you shall do nothing to the girl. There is no sin in the world, worthy of death. For just as the man rises against his neighbor and murders him, so is this case. Okay, so in the case of what you have here is, in verses 25 to 26, non-consensual sex, essentially. So this is basically a crime of opportunity. The man and the woman are in the field, and she's engaged, and the presumption here is there's a contract already done. It's a contract done. He's another man's wife already. And he basically takes advantage of this. Okay? Because in verse 27 it says, when he found her in the field, the engaged girl cried out, but there was no one to save her. Okay? So that's the case law here. So she's an innocent victim. She's an innocent victim. That's why only he dies. Okay, there's the presumption here that she cried out and no one was there to help. She was engaged, and it's taken on good faith that she did cry out, and she's got the marriage contract, and she was victimized. Okay? Now, 28 to 29. If a man finds a girl who is a virgin, who is not engaged, and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered. Okay, now they're discovered. That's different. It's a different set of circumstances. Then the man who lays with her shall give to the girl's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall become his wife because he has violated her. He cannot divorce her all his days. Now, the difference here between the two texts is this. In the 25 to 27 text, she's alone in the field. Man comes upon her. She's engaged. She's already another man's wife, essentially. There's no one there to hear her cry. No one there to hear her cry. There's the presumption of innocence on her behalf. She's presumed to be innocent and presumed to have cried out, and no one was there to help. In the second case, 28 to 29, there's other people because they're discovered. Man and woman, there's another person in earshot. If they're discovered, there's someone in earshot, essentially, because voices carry. Okay? Voices carry long distance. So she didn't scream. There's no crying out. This is a consensual encounter. This is a consensual encounter, and to prevent the sort of the next sort of steps, to make it right, he has to marry her, essentially. Okay? And he has no option here for divorce. Because he's done an unseemly thing. They both have. They're stuck with each other. Because this is an essential account. This is not a crime of opportunity. These are two people getting together in a field somewhere, and they get caught. It's different circumstances. Okay? So, in this case law here, it's going to depend upon which circumstance is in play. Okay? Okay. Daughter says, people think that scripture is about marrying your rapist. No, it isn't. It's not. Yeah, this is not about that. In fact, there's no... Yeah, people think that, but people think all sorts of things. But the circumstances of the text is clear that this is not that. Because it's always been held in this culture that you have a duty to, if you're being attacked in this way, to at least scream. Okay? Scream and basically, let it know that this is not a consensual encounter. As I said, in verses 25 to 26, there's the presumption that the girl screamed and no one was there to help. In 28 to 29, there's the presumption that somebody was nearby. Because the part of this is the important part of that text is, and they are discovered. Okay? Somebody was near. Somebody was there to provide the rescue, as it were. In this case, the second case, it's not. It is consensual. Because there was somebody nearby who could have heard and could have helped. Dark Blade goes, from what I heard, some translations even use the R word there. And I think that's really bad translation. Yeah, Daughter says, Mike Winger and Alan Parr have said those translations are errors, and I would agree with that. Yeah, I think those are errors. So yeah, it's one of those things where this sort of thing was taken very seriously. Again, it's a shame culture. It's a shame culture. So this would have consequences if they were caught. And basically where that sort of say the 25 to 26 encounter would happen, if these laws weren't in place too, you'd get clan retribution. Really, really serious clan retribution. Because in clan cultures, where that sort of event that happened in verses 25 to 26 would happen, one clan would wipe out another. That's the normal way clans treat this. So, in many ways, this sort of moderated interclan violence. Because you would then have clan vendetta. It still happens in Bedouin tribes, where something like verses 25 to 26 happens, like between Bedouin tribes. One clan will wipe out another over this. They will treat this as more harsh than murder.
That's because they expect people of
yeah.
Rape was never socially accepted.
Yeah.
Within Israel or without.
Yeah, it was never, this is a crime that was never considered to be socially acceptable. Okay. In clan-based societies inside Israel and outside of Israel. When one clan member murders another clan member, it's usually the other guy that gets it. So it's the normal lex talionis, okay? But if one clan member sexually assaults another clan member, that clan will wipe out the first clan completely in vendetta. Okay, they will initiate a vendetta and wipe out the entire clan. And there's a really interesting reason why this is the case. The reason why is because every clan has to have the security to know that its members can go outside the confines of the settlement and do the work of the field without being harmed. If their women can't go out into the field to do the work, everyone dies. So this is an essential tenet of clan survival, that vendetta be initiated when there's an inter-clan assault. Darkblade says, wow, clans are extreme. SA can lead to outright genocide. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It'll end up being one clan wiping out the other. But that's... Yeah, life was extreme, too. But this is the importance of Deuteronomy 22, 25 to 26. Is it restricts inter-clan violence in this case. Because that's what will happen. That's what happens when clans fight over sexual assault, is you get one clan wiping out another. This is what happened to Dinah. When you had one clan wiping out the other. Yeah. Yeah. So, and this is what happened with the Hivites. They got, Benjamin did what clans do, is they wiped out the Hivites. They wiped out that clan. The 28 to 29 is consensual. The 25 to 27 is non-consensual. And there's a difference in how the two groups are treated too. So the perpetrators are treated as well. In the case of where it's consensual, they have to get married. Congratulations, bride and groom. In the case where it's non-consensual, ooh, yeah. Yeah. He's a dead man. He's a dead man. But that's a lot better, him being a dead man, than wiping out an entire clan. Because that's what happens in clan societies. Yeah. It was, yeah, they took that act really seriously. Yeah, really, really seriously. More serious than murder. Because it just had a chilling effect over the agricultural community as a whole. All right. Let's get back. Let's get those final super chats done and then call it a night here. Okay, Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Numbers 5:17. Elaborate on what is the holy water. Okay. Numbers 5 verse 17 here. Okay. And then the priest shall take holy water in an earthenware vessel, and he shall take some dust that is on the floor of the tabernacle and put it in the water. All right. Now, holy water versus just the water. Okay. Basically what holy water is in the Israelite temple context is it's water that's been consecrated with a blessing and a small pinch, not even a pinch, just a dusting of the ashes of the red heifer. Okay. And this is one of the reasons why they needed a constant supply of red heifers. Because eventually they'd run out of these holy ashes. Okay? So when you consecrated the temple, you had to sacrifice a red heifer, completely burn it down to ash, and then take that ash and you would store it in a vase. Okay? And then over the years, you would use a pinch of this holy ash to consecrate water to make holy water. Okay. So over the years of the tenure of the Temple of the Lord, I think they went through something like 6 or 7 red heifers, just because they needed a constant supply of this holy water, because it would then be used as a purification for altars and showbread tables, and basically you take a couple sprinkles on something that was now ritually clean. Okay? So that's what the holy water is essentially just water from usually a living water source, so like a river, that's been mixed with just a small pinch of ash from the red heifer. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, the Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Jordan Peterson's We Who Wrestle with God? Haven't read it. Sorry. I don't comment on books I haven't read. So, I haven't read this one. I'm not really sure what he says, so I can't really say. If I do read it, I'll let you know. All right? Well, that may be, but I haven't read it, so I can't say. Okay, so, but anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. The Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thought on Wesley Huff's debate with Billy Carson. It was a train wreck. Okay. Yeah, it was a train wreck for Carson. Yeah, it was an utter train wreck for him. Wesley is a master's student as far as I remember. I don't think he has his PhD yet. I think he's still earning it. But he is very good at what he does. He is very good at this. I will say this though. He has made some errors, and I think now that sort of the shine of his celebrity status is starting to wear off, people are starting to place more scrutiny on him, and that's just a part of the game here. People will, if you start providing questions or answers regarding the faith, people will start scrutinizing those answers, and not always for noble reasons. So I think in the next few months he's going to learn some hard lessons. Wesley is, about what it's like to be a public celebrity on YouTube. So, I wish him well. I wish him the best. I hope he does continue to be a faithful witness. But I think he's going to learn a lot about who his friends really are and who they aren't. So, And I think this is just one of those unfortunate things about YouTube is, or any social media, it tends to bring out the worst in people. And I think he's going to discover that. So, so I hope that helps. Again, I mean, Carson is a joke anyway. I mean, he's Billy Carson's really a joke. So, yeah. Carson has up to now been avoiding these things. He's been avoiding direct confrontation with his critics. So, well, I don't think Carson had any idea who Wes was. You know, who Wesley Huff was. And frankly, nobody did. Nobody did. He came out of, he was kind of a black horse in all this. So I think Billy Carson, you know, decided to talk to him because he was an unknown. You know, and regrets it. Yeah, he regrets it because it destroyed. I mean, it destroyed a lot of his opportunities. Because it's, you know, Billy Carson has been exposed as the know nothing that he actually is. So, yeah. So, oh well. All right. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope it helps. Answering LDS for 199. Thank you for the super chat. What are the 10 toes in Daniel referring to? Okay. Prophecy is always one of those things that's subject to interpretation, especially eschatological one. Find this here. Of course, it'll be difficult to find here. Let's go to Daniel. Chapter 2. Okay. Now, this is the statue that was dreamed by Nebuchadnezzar about 4 great kingdoms. Okay. And we get down to verse 41 here. There will be a 4th kingdom. Now, let's see here. Let's start actually a little earlier on. Start verse 31. You, O king, were looking, and behold, there was a great single statue. That statue, which was large and of extraordinary splendor, was standing in front of you, and its appearance was awesome. The head of the statue was made of fine gold, its breasts and its arms silver, its belly and its thighs of bronze, its legs of feet of iron, and its feet of iron, partly of clay. You continued looking until a stone was cut out with both hands and struck the statue on its feet of iron clay, and it crushed him. Then the iron, the clay, the bronze, the silver, and the gold were crushed all at the same time and became like chaff on the summer threshing floor, and the wind carried them away so as not a trace of them was found. But the stone that struck the statue became a great mountain and filled the whole earth. Oh no, that's not messianic at all. Verse 36. This was the dream. Now we shall tell its interpretation before the king. Okay, so Daniel gives the dream that the king saw, and now we're just getting the interpretation. You, O king, are the king of kings, whom the God of heaven has given the kingdom, the power, and the strength, and the glory. Wherever the sons of men dwell, or the beasts of the field, or the birds of the sky, he has given them into your hand, and has caused you to rule over them. You are the head of gold. Okay, so Babylon's the head of gold. Then after you, there shall arise another kingdom, inferior to you, and then the 3rd kingdom of bronze, which will rule over all the earth. Okay, now that second one, that silver kingdom, that's usually believed to be the Persian Empire. The one that rules over the earth is usually considered to be the Greek Empire. You know, you get that quote from Alexander the Great, who wept on the shore of the Euphrates and cried because he had no more worlds to conquer. You know, so there's a reference there to, you know, the Macedonians just running out of territory to conquer.
Okay. Oh, but
Yeah. Now they for them the world was essentially from their home in Macedonia all the way east to practically India. So that was the world to them at the time. So for them that's kind of a hyperbole, but it's also what they thought as important. Verse 40. Then there will be a fourth kingdom, strong as iron, as much as iron crushes and shatters all things, so that iron breaks in pieces. It will crush and break all these in pieces. That's a pretty good description of the Roman Empire. Pretty good description. Verse 41, and you saw the feet and the toes partly of potter's clay and partly of iron. It will be a divided kingdom, but it will have in it the toughness of iron, inasmuch as you saw the iron mixed with common clay. And the toes of the feet were partly of iron and partly of pottery, so that some of the kingdom will be strong, some of it will be brittle. And in that you saw the iron mixed with common clay. They will combine with one another and in the seed of men, but they will not adhere to one another, even as iron does not combine with pottery. Okay, so it sounds like it's almost talking about a confederacy of some kind. The idea that you've got these sort of remnants of iron that are being held together by clay. And this idea they will combine with one another in the seed of men. So there's some sort of intermarriage happening between these kingdoms. This confederacy, but they don't merge entirely. Verse 44, and in the days of those kings, will the God of heaven will set up a kingdom that will never be destroyed, and that the kingdom will not be left for another people. It will crush and put an end to all these kingdoms, but it itself will endure forever. Inasmuch as you saw a stone that was cut out of the mountain without hands, and that it crushed the iron, the bronze, the clay, the silver, and the gold. And that's interesting because it's the great God has also made known to the king what will take place in the future, though the dream is true and its interpretations is trustworthy. Okay. So then, we don't know exactly what the toes are referring to. I mean, it's pretty clear cut what's talking about right up until the legs of iron. Up to the legs of iron, it's pretty clear that okay, the one that conquers the earth, that's clearly Macedon. That's the Greek Empire. That's Alexander's empire. And the one that comes after that conquers it, okay, that's the Romans. Romans do a number on all the Macedonian holdings. So that leaves, well, what do you do with the toes? Okay. Now, there's been a lot of theories thrown around here. Is this the kingdom of the Antichrist? Yeah, could be. Is this some other kingdom to come? Could be. That's not related to Antichrist. That's possible too. We don't know. Is it a confederacy? Could be. Of some kind. You know, a union of states, maybe. We don't know. The problem is, until it appears, and really, here's the thing. Until the stone comes and crushes the feet, because that stone hits the feet. That's really interesting right there. Let me just find it again. I'll go back up to the reading here, the original here. Okay. And its legs and feet were partially of iron, and verse 34, you continue looking on a stone that was cut out with hands, and it struck the statue on the feet of iron and clay and crushed them. Okay, so presumably those other kingdoms don't exist. They don't exist at the time that this other kingdom comes and crushes it. Okay, is crushed. Okay, so the stone that's cut without hands, it crushes that final kingdom. Doesn't crush the others. The other ones just kind of crush and fall apart and get crushed. Okay, but the stone directly attacks the feet. I think it's really, really interesting. Darkblade says, I heard from Hope through prophecy that the toes are 10 Germanic tribes that replaced the Roman Empire. I've heard a lot of different interpretations of this. But yeah, I think that's a stretch. I think the 10 Germanic tribes that replaced the Roman Empire, because there's a lot going on there. And it's really doubtful that they ever formed a real kingdom. Okay. There's a lot of different competing intertribal warfare going on there. So, I mean, I don't think Hope through Prophecy's got it right here, but I don't know what it is either. Okay. It's clear that these are representing 5 kingdoms. Okay. There's 5 kingdoms. I mean, Nebuchadnezzar, Persia, Greece, and Rome. Those are the easy ones. Those are the easy ones to figure out. That last one, that those toes of iron and clay, that one's not so easy to figure out. And I haven't heard a compelling explanation for it yet. Now, I have heard the idea that 10 toes is equivalent to, say, the 10 horns of the beast of the Antichrist. I've seen that say each of the 10 kings are disciples that came out of say Western culture. Okay. But I wouldn't want to hang my hat on that. But it's possible. It's possible that the 10 toes are equivalent to the 10 horns. And the Antichrist being the small horn, the 11th horn. And that's a defective view of the disciples, too. So, there's that going for that interpretation, too. But it's really hard to say. Really hard to say. I'm not sure we have enough information here. And I think in this particular case, we're really not going to know until that kingdom is actually destroyed. You see, once that kingdom is actually destroyed, then we'll know. So, I don't think we have enough information here to really make a definitive statement here. So I don't know who exactly the 10 toes in Daniel are referring to. Could be a kingdom in the future. It could be one in the present. Don't know. But it does seem to share some attributes with its Roman predecessor, being iron and clay. So it seems to be a confederacy of some kind. And that's about all we could say about this at the moment. But it's going to rule. Okay? That's one thing. It's going to rule. It's going to be the big cheese. It's going to be the big cheese of the planet Earth at the end. So that's a...
We have seen that go.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen empires change so many times. Even in the 20th century, we saw a lot of change. So I wouldn't want to resort to newspaper prophecy at this point because things can change on a dime here. Jonathan Walker, the big kahuna. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one thing we can take to the bank here is this final kingdom of iron and clay. It's going to be the big kahuna. It's going to be the big empire. It's going to rule planet Earth for however long it lasts. And when it's destroyed, we'll know who it is. Okay? All right. Let's get on to finish off our super chats here. Tony G for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Falk, how do you foresee AI impacting academic scholarship, archaeology, and biblical exegesis? It's a tool. I think what we're going to see in academic scholarship is more plagiarism with AI tools. Archaeology, I don't see so much change happening from AI, because the tools that archaeology uses are not readily adaptable to AI. And biblical exegesis, you might be able to do some language processing with AI. Yeah, can AI dig for artifacts? Nah, not really. Give it a shovel. Treat it like a grad student.
Hey, with that extra finger, I can hold it.
Give an AI a shovel. Treat it like a grad student. You know, that's what you give a grad student to keep him busy. Here's a shovel and here's a wheelbarrow. Start digging sand. Can we do that with the AI? If it doesn't, might be some use in archaeology. Otherwise, I don't see it. A biblical exegesis, some of the language processing stuff might be a good fit for AI. AI question, what's a shovel? Yeah. Yeah, probably. But the academic scholarship will probably see more plagiarism come out of AI as it improves. But right now it's pretty bad. So who knows how long that's going to take. Okay. So anyway, thank you, Tony G, for that. Really appreciate it, and I hope that helped. BC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, can you suggest a standard course of action for any scholar who consistently gets scholarship on a particular issue wrong? Mockery? I mean, here's the thing. If a scholar consistently gets the scholarship on a particular issue wrong and he refuses to correct course, he's being intransigent. And if he's being intransigent, mock him because he's not listening. Okay? Mockery has a place. I mean, people kind of deprecate mockery, but it's got a proper place. If you're going to keep getting the scholarship wrong, you're going to get mocked. And you deserve to get mocked.
The flip side to that is the stupid people mock smart people.
Yeah, and that is the flip side, is that...
And that is the wrong place for mockery. Nobody can tell.
Yeah. And, but, you get the opposite, too, as my producer said, where stupid people are mocking the people who are correct. But, when they completely refuse to... but we're not talking about stupid people here. We're talking about scholars. Scholars should know better. Okay? Scholars should know better. They should look it up, and they should get it right. Because that's the first job of a scholar, is to get it right. So if you're more interested in scoring points than getting it right, and you're not listening to anyone other than your bubble chamber, yeah, okay, yeah, you need to be mocked. Because you've been warned. You've been warned repeatedly. So, not much more you can say about that. So, that or dust the feet off your, sandals and just ignore the guy. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated.
The main thing, though, is
stick to the evidence, essentially. Okay. Let's see here. How many more? We only got 3 more, it looks like, so we're almost done here. Okay. Next one here is cups for scrubs for $2.99 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on the Elephantine papyri? They're a important source for um, Israelite culture um, in the 5th through 2nd centuries BC. Okay, very important source. There was a Israelite settlement on Elephantine. They had a temple of Yahweh there. You can still see a fragment of it today. There's not much left of it because of the cliff eroding away, but there's still a fragment there. Okay. So, but a lot of this papyri was found in the Semitic district of Elephantine. It's written in Aramaic. It has references to the Bible in there. There's also references to some Egyptian ritual practices. It gives us good insight into what the community was like there for Israelites living in Egypt. And we know from that a lot of them ended up being mercenaries. Basically worked for the Egyptians as soldiers. Okay? So, very important sources. Not so much about Israelite religion, but say what being an exiled Israelite was like. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. BC for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. How did Hellenistic Jews view the pagan gods? Did they accept Roman deities, or did they dabble only at the level of philosophy and stay true to Yahweh? Hellenistic Jews, especially the ones that are we're talking here about post-exilic Jews, okay? Post-exilic Jews kind of learned their lesson about polytheism. Okay? They were not about to go back into polytheism. They had 70 years in Babylon. Okay? And that was basically God's remedy here for Israelite polytheism. Before the exile, the Israelites loved their polytheism. They loved worshiping other gods, and God said, okay, you want polytheism? Oh yeah. All right, you want idolatry? I'll give you idolatry. I'll give you polytheism. Here, have 70 years worth of it. See how you like it. They didn't like it very much. Okay. In fact, they liked it so little that they decided that they wanted to go home. Okay, 70 years was enough for them. So when they did get back to Israel, they did start, they did abandon polytheism, and they started becoming very monotheistic at that point. Okay. So, so when the Romans came along with their deities, some did worship Roman deities, but most of the Jews stayed true to monotheism. Now, the new problem, though, that would be encountered is you would then get a legalistic monotheism and other aberrations that did creep in, like the temple cult of the Sadducees. Okay, so there were problems with Egyptian worship and practice, but monotheism or polytheism wasn't the issue anymore. It was they were encountering now different issues. Okay, so and frankly, the Romans had to be very careful about what they did. Because one of the things was when Herod the Great wanted to rebuild do his expansion of the Jewish temple, one of the things he tried to do is he tried to put the Roman eagle on the lintel of the outer court of the temple. Outside the court of the Gentiles, because he was expanding the courtyards. He wanted to, at the entrance to the outer court, the court of the Gentiles, he wanted to put the Roman eagle over the lintel. This almost caused a riot. Okay, they were not happy with this. Okay, they were really, really unhappy with the Roman eagle going up. Yeah, this was not a popular move. In fact, this was so unpopular that Herod had to backtrack. he had to say, okay, we won't be putting the Roman eagle up. It's not going up. Don't worry about it. Now, understand that this would have caused... The rest of the country wouldn't have cared that much about this, but in Jerusalem, this would have been a big deal. So, yeah, this was not popular thing. So they accepted Romans worshiping Roman deities, but they did not want Romans putting their deities on their religious precincts, monuments, etc. So yeah, so they were very, very yeah, they stayed true to Yahweh as far as being the one God. Okay. But again, they had other problems that they had to deal with instead. So anyway, I hope that helped, BC. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And the final super chat here of the night is from Courtney Thompson here for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Philistines and Phoenicians, are they of the same stock? I always conflate the two groups. How would you distinguish the two groups from each other? Okay. Think of it more this way. Philistines are sea peoples. Okay. Phoenicians are sort of half sea peoples. Okay. Phoenicians are essentially sea peoples who bred with the local Canaanite population. Okay. They are culturally Canaanite. They use a Canaanite alphabet. They dressed like Canaanites, but they also hit the seas. They were a seafaring people, like the sea peoples. Okay, so and the Phoenicians lived in that region between Tyre, Sidon, and Byblos. Okay, so they have that strip of the Lebanese coast. Okay, so they're not the same, at least not exactly the same, but they sort of at the same time too came from sort of very similar stock. Okay, so both the Phoenicians are affected by Philistine immigration, but in the case of, say, the Phoenicians, it's a cultural blending. Okay? It's the Canaanites blending with the sea peoples to form a new sort of identity. So you got Canaanites and sea peoples blending to form a new identity called the Phoenicians. Okay, and they start a trade empire that goes all the way around the Mediterranean. And they end up starting colonies all over the Mediterranean too. The Philistines are better known as the Sea Peoples, and there's many tribes of them, and they sort of inhabit the coastal plain further south. So, the Philistines didn't so much take on, they took on less of a Canaanite identity than the Phoenicians, as far as we know. But it's hard to say exactly how much of the material culture of Canaanites they did take on. There is some evidence now to suggest that this blending between sea peoples and Canaanites wasn't unique to the Phoenicians. A lot of the evidence sort of now suggests that even, say, the sea peoples like the Sharohen and the Peliset, they were already integrating or say merging with the local Canaanite tribes. Okay, so I hope that explains that. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And he says, thanks. This helped me to understand and explain your map of the people of the Levant. You had both groups highlighted in yellow, and that confused me. Well, I'm glad we could clarify that for you. Okay, so let's take one or two non-super chats and then call it a night.
Okay. I don't want to
Okay.
want.
Um. Okay, when's it? 8/12. All right. Let's take that one. 8/15. Okay, and we got Harry Stark asking a question, personal question. How did David overcome stage fright or fright of speaking in public? As a teenager, I joined Toastmasters. That's how. I was.
Really good advice.
It's if you want to do public speaking, it's a really good program to sort of get you comfortable on stage and talking about in front of a bunch of strangers. Harry Stark, what is Toastmasters? Toastmasters is a club. It's a club that's designed to help you with public speaking. It helps you with. It's in the United States and Canada. Okay. I don't know if it's in your country, but it's actually international. They have chapters all over the world. Okay, but I don't know what it's called in your country if it's there. But that's what it is. It's a forum or it's a club that helps you prepare speeches, impromptu talks, Q&As, debates. So let me give you an example. They might give you, basically ask you to do a 20-minute speech, and you have to prepare it for the next week. They might also tell you to say, okay, here's a random topic that you've never heard of before. 10 minutes to talk about it. Go. Okay? And now you're all Johnny on the spot, so you got to talk about this topic that you've never heard of for 10 minutes. And come up with something that's semi-intellectual. They will basically critique your style, the way you use words, how you hold your body language. It's a very good club for people who really want to refine their public speaking. Now, I did it when I was in high school, so I didn't keep up with the program, but it was enough for me to actually get up on a stage and give a speech. So, you just at that point, but that's what I did. I realized I needed a little more than just raw talent to do public speaking. So that's how I did it, was through Toastmasters. Okay? So hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat or the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. One more and we'll name it call it a night. Oh, that's the last one? All right, then we'll make that the last one. All right? Because it is 1 o'clock, yeah. All right. Okay, so we're going to call it a night here. Anyway, I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. It was a great time as always. We want to thank our super chatters who supported our channel and those who donated through PayPal. Thank you very much. You keep food on our table and allow us to do these things. We really, really appreciate that. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube membership subscribers, because you help us to keep our equipment running. You pay for all the repairs and for the upgrades, because we got to do a hub upgrade. So you're paying for that, so we appreciate that. Thank you very much for doing that. And finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers and our viewers. You guys watch our videos, you hit that like and subscribe button, and more importantly, you share the URL with other social media platforms. Because of you, we're getting the message out. With that said, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.